Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember the first time I walked into Rachel Harmon's apartment. It was early October, the kind of autumn day where the air hangs perfectly still between summer's last breath and winter's first whisper. The complex itself was unremarkable, a 12-story building on Cedar Street with a facade of faded brick and narrow windows that reflected the afternoon sun like tired eyes. The police tape still clung to the doorframe of apartment 7B, yellow and intrusive against the dull beige walls of the hallway. I signed the evidence log, the scratch of my pen against paper unnaturally loud in the silence. Detective Morales nodded at me, her expression betraying nothing as she unlocked the door. "Everything's exactly as we found it," she said quietly. "The landlord swears the original floor plan was simple. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, small kitchen." The door swung open with a gentle creak. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it all seemed. A modest living room with a gray sofa, a coffee table with water rings embedded in the wood, a few framed photographs on the wall. Nothing suggested what had happened here or what was about to happen to me. I pulled on my latex gloves, the thin material clinging to my skin like a layer of doubt. The kitchen was immaculate, dishes stacked neatly in the cabinet, a single mug in the sink, a half-empty bottle of wine on the counter. Rachel had been meticulous, according to her friends. 32 years old, worked as an architectural designer, lived alone after a breakup 6 months ago. "The bedroom's through here," Morales said, but I was already distracted by something else. A hallway that extended from the kitchen, narrow and dimly lit. "This hallway," I said, flipping through my notes. "It's not on the building plans." Morales's expression shifted slightly, her eyes avoiding mine. "That's what we need your help with. You're the specialist in architectural anomalies and their psychological effects." I stepped into the hallway, feeling a strange resistance in the air, as if the space itself disagreed with my presence. The walls were a pale blue, lined with small framed sketches, all drawn by Rachel herself, according to the case file. Each one depicted the same hallway from different angles, growing progressively longer in each rendering. "Her sister found her," Morales said softly behind me. "Rachel had stopped answering calls for 3 days. The sister had a spare key." The hallway seemed to stretch before me, longer than the apartment's exterior dimensions could possibly allow. The light fixtures grew dimmer the further I walked, casting elongated shadows that followed my movements like reluctant companions. "The neighbors say they heard footsteps," Morales continued, her voice sounding farther away than it should have. "Footsteps pacing up and down all night for weeks. They complained about it, but when maintenance came, they couldn't hear anything." At the end of the hallway, I found the first door. It was painted a deep burgundy, with a small brass nameplate that read Rachel in flowing script. I felt my heart beat a little faster as I reached for the handle. Inside was a perfect replica of Rachel's bedroom, the same pale green bedspread, the same white dresser, the same books stacked on the nightstand. But the room was empty of any personal touches, no photographs, no clothes in the open closet, no indentations on the pillow. "This isn't her actual bedroom," I said, feeling the words catch in my throat. "No," Morales confirmed. "Her actual bedroom is back near the entrance. This is something else." I moved back into the hallway, which now seemed even longer than before. My footsteps echoed softly against the hardwood floors, the sound returning to me seconds later than it should have. 3 more doors lined the hallway, each one painted a different color but bearing the same nameplate, Rachel. The second door, painted a soft mint green, opened to reveal a studio space, an architect's drafting table, blueprints pinned to cork boards, models of buildings arranged on shelves. Every design showed the same structure, an apartment that expanded inward, growing new rooms like a living organism. She started designing this 3 months ago, Morales said, leaning against the doorframe. Her firm says she became obsessed with the concept of infinite interior space. They thought it was just a creative exercise. The third door was painted yellow, cheerful and incongruous in the increasingly oppressive hallway. Behind it lay a nursery, complete with a white crib, a mobile of stars and moons hanging motionless above it, and a rocking chair facing the window. The window itself was troubling. It showed a view that couldn't possibly exist from this building, an endless field of tall grass bending in a wind I couldn't feel. Rachel wasn't pregnant, I stated rather than asked, already knowing the answer. No, Morales confirmed, but her journal mentioned dreams about a child, a daughter she would name after herself. The air felt heavier now, charged with something I couldn't name. The fourth door at the very end of the impossibly long hallway was painted black. The nameplate was different here, tarnished and aged, as though years had passed between this door and the others. My hand trembled slightly as I turned the knob. The door opened to a room that defied all architectural logic, a vast, cavernous space within the confines of what should have been a modest apartment. The ceiling stretched up into darkness, and the walls, if there were any, disappeared beyond the reach of my flashlight. In the center of the room stood a single chair, and on that chair sat a stack of notebooks. I approached slowly, the sound of my footsteps disappearing into the void around me. The top notebook was open to a page filled with Rachel's handwriting, growing progressively smaller and more frantic as it spiraled toward the center of the page. The apartment keeps growing, every night a new door, every door another possibility, another me. I thought I was designing it, but now I know it's designing itself, growing itself around me, through me. I've started hearing footsteps in the hallway at night, my footsteps, but I'm not walking, not yet. I closed the notebook, a chill settling deep in my bones, despite the stifling air of the impossible room. Where did they find her? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Morales pointed to the chair I was standing beside. Right where you're standing, seated in that chair, notebooks in her lap. According to the medical examiner, she died of dehydration, as if she'd been sitting here for weeks, just writing. But her sister said she'd only been missing for 3 days. 3 days outside, Morales said carefully, but in here, time seems different. As if to emphasize her point, I noticed my watch had stopped. The second hand quivered in place, attempting to move forward but returning to the same position again and again. We made our way back down the hallway, which now seemed to contract around us, eager to return to its impossible dimensions. In the main apartment, everything was normal, sunlight streaming through ordinary windows, the sound of traffic drifting up from the street below. I spent the next 3 weeks analyzing Rachel's notebooks, her designs, the measurements of an apartment that couldn't exist within its own walls. The building's original architect denied any knowledge of unusual features. The previous tenant reported no abnormalities. Only Rachel had experienced the growing apartment. The case remains officially classified as an accidental death. Rachel Harmon, described by friends as brilliant but solitary, had somehow designed an impossible space and then lost herself within it. or perhaps the space had designed her. The apartment has new tenants now, a young couple who found the price surprisingly reasonable for the neighborhood. When I drove past the building last night, I noticed they've installed new curtains in the windows of 7B, pale blue, the exact color of that hallway. I haven't told anyone that I took one of Rachel's notebooks, the smallest one that had been tucked beneath the others, or that sometimes, late at night, I notice new words appearing on its pages, or that my own apartment, once so familiar, now seems to contain hallways I don't remember, doors I'm afraid to open. And I definitely haven't told anyone about the nameplate that appeared on my bedroom door this morning. The one with my name etched in flowing script, identical to the ones in Rachel's apartment. Some spaces aren't meant to be investigated, some mysteries should remain unsolved, but I can't help wondering, as I lie awake listening to footsteps in my hallway, if some spaces investigate us instead. Story 2, I remember the first time I walked into the Blackwood apartment building. It was mid-October, the kind of autumn evening where the air feels crisp against your skin, carrying whispers of the coming winter. The streetlights had just flickered on, casting long shadows across the cracked sidewalk as I made my way up the stone steps. My footsteps echoed in the empty lobby, bouncing off marble floors that had lost their shine decades ago. I ran my finger along the dusty mailboxes lining the wall, each small metal door representing a life, a story. The building manager, Mr. Levine, had called me that morning, his voice thin with anxiety about a discrepancy in his records. I keep meticulous records, he had insisted over the phone. Every tenant, every payment, every complaint. I've managed this building for 17 years, Detective Morris. Nothing happens here that I don't know about. But something had happened, something that had shaken the old man enough to call the police. I found Mr. Levine in his office, a cramped room that smelled of old paper and coffee grounds. His desk was covered with leather-bound ledgers, the pages yellowed at the edges. His hands, liver-spotted and trembling slightly, hovered over one particular book, open to a page near the end. "This is the tenant registry," he said, not looking up as I entered. The light from his desk lamp cast deep shadows across his face, accentuating the hollows of his cheeks. Every tenant signs here when they move in. Name, date, unit number, simple. I slid into the chair across from him, feeling the cool metal against my back. The radiator in the corner hissed softly, providing a steady soundtrack to our conversation. "And what exactly is the problem, Mr. Levine?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. Years of interviewing witnesses had taught me that sometimes the quieter you speak, the more people tell you. He pointed to the last entry in the book. The handwriting was different from the other signatures, more angular, pressed deeply into the page as if written with considerable force. "Thomas Whitaker," I read aloud, "Unit 4C, October 3rd. "Unit 4C has been vacant for 3 years, Mr. Levine said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I haven't shown it to anyone, haven't given keys to anyone. The door is locked, I check every week." I studied the signature. The ink was still fairly fresh, a deep blue that stood out against the faded black of the other entries. "Could someone have broken in?" I suggested. Mr. Levine shook his head slowly. "That's what I thought at first. I went up there this morning. The door was still locked. I used my master key to get in." He paused, his fingers tapping nervously against the desk. The unit was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no signs of anyone living there. "But," I prompted, sensing there was more. But the window was open, just a crack, and there was this smell like damp earth. And the strangest thing, he stopped, as if deciding whether to continue. "Go on," I encouraged. There was a cup on the kitchen counter, a single teacup, white porcelain, still warm. I leaned back in my chair, absorbing this information. My mind began to work through the possibilities. A squatter perhaps, someone who had found a way to come and go undetected. "Have you noticed anyone unusual in the building lately? Someone who doesn't belong?" Mr. Levine's eyes, magnified behind thick glasses, fixed on mine. "That's just it, detective. I know every resident in this building, every face. But 3 days ago I started seeing someone in the hallways. A man I didn't recognize, tall, thin, always wearing the same dark coat." "Did you speak to him?" "I tried once. He was standing by the mailboxes. I asked if I could help him, thinking he might be visiting someone. He turned to me just slightly, not enough to see his face clearly. He said he lived in 4C, then he walked to the stairs and disappeared." The radiator clanked, making both of us jump slightly. Outside, I could hear the distant wail of a siren, fading as it moved through the city. "I'd like to see the apartment," I said. We took the elevator to the 4th floor. The mechanism groaned with effort, the car swaying slightly as it ascended. Mr. Levine stood stiffly beside me, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts. When the doors opened, the hallway stretched before us, dimly lit, with faded floral wallpaper peeling at the corners. Unit 4C was at the end, facing west. The afternoon sun filtered through a window at the end of the corridor, casting long rectangles of light across the worn carpet. Mr. Levine fumbled with his keys, the metal clinking softly in the silence. "Here we are," he murmured, pushing the door open. The apartment was indeed empty, no furniture, no personal items. Just bare hardwood floors and walls painted a neutral beige. The air felt stale, undisturbed. But Mr. Levine was right about the window. It was open about an inch, allowing a cool breeze to drift in from outside. And there on the kitchen counter sat a single white teacup. I approached it carefully, my shoes making soft sounds against the floor. The cup was empty now, but a faint brown ring at the bottom suggested it had recently contained tea. I touched the side with the back of my hand, no longer warm, but not completely cold either. "Does anyone else have keys to this apartment?" I asked, looking around for other signs of occupation. "Just me," Mr. Levine said, still hovering by the door. "And there's a master set in the office safe. No one else has access." I walked to the bedroom, finding it as empty as the rest of the apartment. The closet doors were slightly ajar. Inside, a single wire hanger hung on the rod, swaying almost imperceptibly in the draft from the window. The bathroom yielded nothing, no toothbrush, no towels. Just clean white tile and a dripping faucet that created a rhythmic plink every few seconds. Back in the living room, I stood by the window, looking out at the city below. The building across the street was undergoing renovation, wrapped in scaffolding and white tarps that fluttered in the breeze. On the sidewalk, people moved about their evening routines, unaware of the mystery unfolding 4 stories above them. "I'd like to speak with some of your other tenants," I said, turning back to Mr. Levine. "Maybe someone has seen something." Over the next few days, I interviewed several residents of the Blackwood. Most knew nothing of Unit 4C or its mysterious occupant. A few mentioned seeing a tall man in the hallways, but couldn't describe his face. One elderly woman on the 3rd floor, Mrs. Patel, said she had heard footsteps above her apartment late at night, soft, measured steps pacing back and forth. "But Unit 4C is supposed to be empty," she had said, her dark eyes wide with concern. "I asked Mr. Levine about it weeks ago. He said no one lived there." A week into my investigation, I received a call from Mr. Levine. His voice was hushed, urgent. "He signed the guest book again," he said without preamble. "Thomas Whitaker, same handwriting, but this time," he trailed off. "This time what, Mr. Levine?" "This time he wrote something else, a message." I drove to the Blackwood immediately. The autumn day had turned to evening by the time I arrived, the sky a deep indigo above the city skyline. Mr. Levine was waiting for me in the lobby, the registry book clutched to his chest like a shield. Without a word, he opened it to the last page. There, beneath the previous entry, was another signature, Thomas Whitaker, Unit 4C, and below that, in the same angular handwriting, "I've always been here." A cold feeling settled in my stomach. "Let's check the apartment again," I said. This time, when we entered Unit 4C, something had changed. The air felt different, heavier, charged with a presence I couldn't explain. The teacup was still on the counter, but now it was filled with dark liquid that steamed in the cool room. In the bedroom, the closet door stood fully open. The wire hanger was gone. In its place hung a single dark coat. "That's his coat," Mr. Levine whispered from behind me. "The one he always wears." I approached the closet carefully, my hand instinctively moving to where my gun would be if I were on duty. The coat was made of heavy wool, slightly damp, as if its owner had recently been out in the rain, though the day had been dry. As I touched the fabric, I noticed something in the pocket, a small leather-bound book. I withdrew it carefully, aware of Mr. Levine watching anxiously from the doorway. It was an old address book. Opening it revealed pages filled with names and addresses, all written in the same angular script as the registry entries. Some were crossed out, others had small notes beside them. Many of them were addresses in this very building. Flipping through, I froze when I saw a familiar name, Harold Levine, the building manager. Next to his name was a simple annotation, "Knows too much." I turned to show Mr. Levine, but he was no longer in the doorway. "Mr. Levine," I called out, moving back to the living room. He wasn't there either. The apartment door stood open, the hallway beyond dark despite the hour. The building seemed unnaturally quiet, no television sounds from neighboring units, no voices, no footsteps. I stepped into the hallway, address book still in hand. "Mr. Levine," I called again, my voice echoing strangely in the empty corridor. That's when I noticed the figure at the end of the hall, standing motionless by the window. Tall, thin, wearing a dark coat similar to the one I just found in the closet. Though backlit by the streetlights outside, I could make out enough of his profile to realize this wasn't Mr. Levine. "Thomas Whitaker?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge me. "Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about your residence here." Slowly, deliberately, he turned his head toward me. I couldn't see his face clearly in the dimness, but I felt his gaze like a physical weight. "I've always been here," he said, his voice soft yet somehow filling the entire hallway. "In the walls, in the spaces between apartments, in the silence when everyone sleeps." He took a step forward, and the hallway seemed to stretch impossibly between us, growing longer with each passing second. "Who are you?" I managed to ask. "I am the tenant who signed no lease," he replied. "The resident who pays no rent. I watch, I listen, I walk these halls when darkness falls." Another step forward and I could now see his face, or rather the absence where a face should be, just shadows and hollows where features should exist. "What happened to Mr. Levine?" I demanded, fighting the urge to retreat. "Harold went to check his registry," the figure said. "He'll be back. He always comes back, just like the others, just like you will." The lights in the hallway flickered once, twice. When they stabilized, the figure was gone. Where he had stood was only empty space and the faint smell of damp earth. I searched the entire building that night. Mr. Levine wasn't in his office, wasn't in his own apartment on the second floor. The registry book lay open on his desk, pages fluttering slightly in the draft from the window. The last entry now read, "Detective Sarah Morris, Unit 4C." It wasn't my handwriting, but the ink was still wet. That was 3 weeks ago. The investigation into Harold Levine's disappearance continues, but we found no trace of him or of anyone matching the description of Thomas Whitaker. The residents of the Blackwood claim they've never heard of either man. According to city records, the building has never had a manager named Harold Levine. Unit 4C has been vacant for decades due to water damage. Yet sometimes, late at night, I find myself driving past the Blackwood. The light in Unit 4C is always on, and sometimes, just sometimes, I see a tall figure standing by the window, watching the city below. I never found the address book again. It vanished from my car that night, but I remember one name that wasn't crossed out, mine, and beside it a simple note, "She'll understand soon." I think I'm beginning to. Story 3. I remember the first time I visited apartment 718. The hallway smelled of fresh paint, masking something older underneath, the accumulated years of previous tenants, their stories absorbed into the walls. It was late October, when the light in Boston takes on that particular golden quality, slanting through windows at angles that transform ordinary spaces into something almost ethereal. My footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors as I moved through the empty rooms. The previous tenant had left abruptly, the property manager explained, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, broke her lease without notice, disappeared without a forwarding address. These things happen in the city, he assured me with a shrug that suggested he'd seen it all before. What drew me to this case wasn't the disappearance itself. People vanish from their lives every day, shedding identities like old coats. What caught my attention was the statement from the building's maintenance worker who had entered the apartment after neighbors complained about a persistent tapping sound. Every mirror was covered, he told the responding officer. Every single reflective surface, windows, TV screen, even the glass picture frames, hidden behind sheets or turned to face the wall. Eliza Mercer was 27 when she signed the lease for apartment 718. A graphic designer who had recently relocated from Portland for a position at a mid-sized marketing firm. Her social media showed a smiling woman with auburn hair and an enviable collection of houseplants. Nothing in her digital footprint suggested paranoia or mental health concerns. Friends described her as pragmatic, creative, occasionally reserved, but never withdrawn. Standing in her abandoned living room, I ran my fingers along the wall where a mirror had once hung. The property manager had since removed all the sheets and restored the apartment to its rentable condition, but you could still see the faint outline where something had been taped over the large mirror that dominated the entryway. The super said she requested permission to remove that mirror completely, the property manager told me, nodding toward the wall. Said it made the space feel smaller. When we refused historical building, original fixtures, she covered it up instead. I pulled out my small digital recorder, the familiar weight comforting in my palm. I've been investigating cold cases and disappearances for a local podcast for 3 years now, but something about Eliza's story felt different, more intimate somehow, more unsettling. When did the neighbors first notice something unusual? I asked, watching dust motes dance in the shaft of afternoon light. About 2 months after she moved in, he said, checking his records. Mid-December. She started putting in maintenance requests, complained about the lights flickering, about hearing footsteps when no one was there. Pretty standard stuff in a building this old. Standard perhaps, but combined with what happened later, possibly significant. I made a note in my leather-bound notebook, the pen scratching softly against the paper. The official report stated that Eliza had likely experienced some kind of psychological break. The detective assigned to her case, a tired-looking man named Garvey with 30 years on the force, explained his theory as we sat in a coffee shop near the precinct. The steam from his black coffee created a momentary veil between us. We see it sometimes, he said, voice gravelly from decades of cigarettes he'd quit too late. Young woman, new city, pressure of a new job, isolation can do strange things to the mind. But isolation didn't explain the emails. 3 weeks before her disappearance, Eliza had sent increasingly frantic messages to her sister in Oregon. I had obtained copies with the sister's permission, my eyes scanning the text that grew more disjointed with each passing day. I know this sounds crazy, but there's someone in my apartment. Not physically, I've checked every closet, under the bed, everywhere. But when I catch my reflection unexpectedly, there's someone else looking back, just for a split second. A woman, not me. And later. I covered the bathroom mirror today. I know how it sounds, but the reflections are wrong. When I move right, sometimes my reflection hesitates, just for a millisecond, like there's a delay, or like it's deciding whether to follow my movement. The final email sent at 3:17 a.m. the night before she disappeared. It's not just mirrors anymore. Windows, the screen of my phone, any reflective surface, I see her watching me, and I think she's getting closer to the surface each time. I'm scared of what happens when there's nothing separating us anymore. Eliza's sister had called the police immediately after receiving this message, requesting a wellness check. By the time officers arrived at apartment 718 the next morning, Eliza was gone. Her phone remained on the kitchen counter. Her wallet sat in her purse by the door. Her car remained in its assigned parking space. The only things missing were her keys and the clothes she might have been wearing. And every reflective surface in the apartment had been covered or turned to face the wall. I spent weeks interviewing everyone who had known Eliza in Boston. Her coworkers described a gradual change, how she had begun avoiding the glass-walled conference room, how she'd placed a post-it note over her laptop's camera and taped paper over her monitor when she wasn't actively using it. We thought it was a privacy thing, her supervisor told me as we sat in the now empty desk that had once been Eliza's. Lots of people cover their cameras these days. But it wasn't privacy Eliza had been concerned about. It was something else entirely. The break in the case came from an unexpected source. A neighbor from across the hall, an elderly woman who had initially declined to speak with me, called one evening. Her voice trembled slightly over the phone. I saw her, the night she left. I sat up straighter, pulling my recorder closer. Eliza. Yes, the woman said. It was late after midnight. I couldn't sleep, my arthritis, and I heard her door open. I looked through my peephole and saw her standing there in the hallway. Was she carrying anything? Did she seem upset? There was a long pause on the line, filled only with the sound of measured breathing. She was standing very still, looking at her reflection in the decorative mirror at the end of the hall, just staring, and then the woman's voice faltered. "Then what?" I prompted gently. Then she raised her hand, and her reflection raised its hand too, but they didn't touch the glass at the same time. There was a delay, and another pause. She looked different in the reflection. Something about her face wasn't quite right. A chill settled between my shoulder blades as the woman continued. I was going to open my door, ask if she needed help, but before I could, she stepped toward the mirror, and this sounds impossible, I know, she just wasn't there anymore. The hallway was empty. The only thing left was the echo of footsteps, but they weren't coming from the hall. They sounded like they were coming from inside the mirror. I've investigated dozens of disappearances, listened to countless theories from witnesses convinced they'd seen something supernatural. Typically, I can identify the rational explanation beneath the impossibility. People's memories play tricks on them, especially around traumatic or unusual events. But as I stood once more in apartment 718, now 3 months after Eliza's disappearance, something made me pause before the large entryway mirror that had since been uncovered and restored to its place. In my reflection, the apartment behind me looked subtly wrong, the angle of the light different, the shadows deeper than they should have been. And for just a moment, so brief I might have imagined it, I thought I saw something move in the reflected hallway behind me when nothing moved in the real one. I turned quickly, heart suddenly pounding in my chest. The hallway was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, my reflection took just a fraction of a second too long to turn with me. The case of Eliza Mercer remains officially classified as an unsolved disappearance. Police believe she left voluntarily, perhaps experiencing a mental health crisis. They point to the covered mirrors as evidence of paranoid delusions. But sometimes when I catch an unexpected glimpse of myself in a window or screen, I find myself looking more carefully at my reflection, watching for any delay, any discrepancy in movement. And I wonder about that space on the other side, not behind the glass, but within it. That liminal place where reflections might not simply mimic reality, but exist as something autonomous and patient. And I wonder if somewhere in that inverted world of reflections, Eliza is standing before a mirror, looking out at the apartment she once called home, trying to find her way back to our side of the glass. Or perhaps more disturbingly, if someone else is looking out through her eyes. Story 4, I remember the first time I stepped into the Morris mansion. The air was heavy with decades of stillness, dust particles dancing lazily in the thin shafts of light that managed to penetrate the grimy windows. It was early October, and the chill that permeated the abandoned house couldn't be explained by the mild autumn weather alone. As I moved through the entrance hall, my footsteps echoing against marble floors worn by time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Not wrong necessarily, but misaligned, like looking at a familiar photograph where someone has subtly moved one object. The new owners, Jason and Eliza Thornton, had called our department after making a discovery that defied rational explanation. They followed me now, their voices hushed as if the house itself might be listening, which, according to them, it was. We started hearing things about 3 weeks after we bought the place, Eliza explained, her fingers nervously twisting the pendant hanging from her neck. At first, we thought it was pipes settling or maybe even mice in the walls. Jason nodded, his expression grave beneath his salt and pepper beard. But then we realized the sounds had patterns, rhythms, like conversations happening just beyond our perception. I ran my gloved hand along the faded Victorian wallpaper. The mansion had stood empty since 1982, when the last Morris heir died without descendants. For almost 40 years, it had held its secrets behind boarded windows and padlocked doors. Now, as a detective specializing in unusual cold cases, I'd been called to unravel what might be the strangest mystery of my career. "Show me where you found it," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally muted in the dense silence of the house. They led me up a creaking staircase to the second floor, down a long corridor where gilt-framed portraits watched our passage with painted eyes that seemed to follow our movement. The Thorntons had begun renovations in the master bedroom, hoping to restore the mansion to its former glory. The wallpaper had been stripped in places, and sections of plaster had been removed to expose the original wooden framework beneath. "Here," Eliza whispered, pointing to an exposed section of wall. "This is where we first noticed it." I approached slowly, removing a small flashlight from my pocket. The beam illuminated what appeared to be writing, neat, precise lettering carved directly into the wooden studs behind the plaster. I leaned closer, adjusting my glasses as I read the words etched into the timber. "Do you think we should repaint in sage green or keep the original color?" "I'm thinking sage would brighten the space, especially with those north-facing windows." I felt a coldness spread through my chest that had nothing to do with the draft whistling through the old house. These were the exact words the Thorntons had exchanged 3 days after purchasing the property, a conversation they'd had alone in this very room before any renovation had begun. "There's more," Jason said quietly, leading me to another section of exposed wall. Here, another conversation had been meticulously carved into the wooden beams. "I worry about the cost of fixing the foundation. We'll manage, this house is worth it. Can you imagine raising children here?" Again, a private exchange between husband and wife, immortalized in wood that had been sealed behind plaster for decades before they'd ever set foot in the house. "Have you found anything else?" I asked, my professional detachment beginning to crack under the weight of what I was seeing. The Thorntons exchanged a look. "In the basement," Eliza finally said, "but it's different." The descent into the basement felt like traveling back through layers of time. The air grew denser, colder, with each step down the narrow staircase. My flashlight beam cut through darkness that seemed almost solid. The Thorntons had cleared decades of accumulated junk from one corner, revealing a section of the original stone foundation. And there it was, etched into the limestone blocks, not in the neat handwriting of the upper floor, but in a desperate, jagged scrawl. "Please help me, I'm still in the walls. Eleanor Morris, 1947. Eleanor Morris, the name struck a chord in my memory, dredging up details from old case files I'd studied. She was the young wife of Victor Morris, who had reported her missing in the winter of 1947. The official story was that she had abandoned her husband, leaving behind all her possessions. Her body was never found. The case grew cold, and eventually Victor remarried. "We researched the house's history after finding this," Jason said, his voice barely audible above the sound of water dripping somewhere in the darkness. "Eleanor disappeared without a trace. Victor claimed she ran off with a lover, but no one ever saw her again. I ran my fingers along the desperate message, feeling the rough grooves in the stone. A chill ran up my arm, as if the stone itself retained the memory of the hand that had carved these words. "There's something else you should know," Eliza added, her face pale in the flashlight's glow. "We've started hearing a woman's voice at night, always the same phrases over and over. He's coming back and behind the east wall." That night, long after the Thorntons had left for their temporary apartment in the city, I remained in the silent mansion, listening. The old house seemed to breathe around me, floorboards occasionally creaking without apparent cause. I'd set up recording equipment throughout the building, hoping to capture whatever phenomena the owners had experienced. Around 2 a.m., seated in a stiff armchair in what had once been the library, I heard it, a woman's voice, so faint I might have imagined it, whispering from somewhere within the walls, behind the east wall, "He's coming back." The next morning I returned with a forensic team. We focused our attention on the east wall of the master bedroom. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a space, a cavity approximately 6 feet long, hidden behind the solid plaster. As we carefully removed the wall covering, the smell hit us first, the unmistakable, sickeningly sweet odor of decomposition, impossibly preserved after all these years. Within the sealed compartment, we found the remains of Eleanor Morris, her skeleton still draped in the decaying remnants of a blue dress. Clutched in her bony fingers was a small chisel, the tool she had used to carve her final message into the foundation stones below. The forensic examination confirmed what the house had been trying to tell us. Eleanor had been murdered, sealed alive into the wall by her husband. In her final days, as oxygen dwindled, she had somehow managed to scratch messages into the wooden framework around her, messages that would only be discovered decades later. But the true mystery, the one that keeps me awake at night, staring at my own bedroom walls, remains unsolved. How did Eleanor's desperate carvings predict conversations that wouldn't happen for another 70 years? How did the house preserve her voice, her final warnings, long after her death? Victor Morris died in 1982, taking his secrets to the grave. The Thorntons decided not to continue with their renovation. The mansion stands empty once again, its windows boarded, its secrets sealed behind fresh plaster. But sometimes when I drive past that looming Victorian silhouette on quiet nights, I swear I can hear faint whispers carried on the breeze, conversations not yet spoken, tragedies not yet occurred. And I wonder, in a house where the walls themselves seem to exist outside of time, listening to both past and future, what other secrets remain unheard, waiting for someone to finally listen. Story 5, I still remember the weight of the case file in my hands. The manila folder had grown thick over the weeks, photographs, interview transcripts, and forensic reports all neatly organized but leading nowhere. The Kinsley case, as we'd come to call it, had begun like many others across my 15 years with the department, but it would prove to be unlike anything I'd encountered before. The air in my office carried that particular scent of old coffee and paper that seems universal to detective work. Outside my window, Seattle's persistent autumn rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the glass. I'd been staring at the same paragraph for 20 minutes when my desk phone rang. "Detective Mercer," my voice sounded tired even to my own ears. "It's Officer Dawson, sir. You asked to be notified if anything came in on the Kinsley case." I straightened in my chair. "What do you have?" "Her neighbor found something, says it's important. We're bringing her in now." The fluorescent lights of the interview room cast everyone in that unflattering, slightly sickly glow. Elaine Porter, a woman in her mid-60s with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun, sat across from me, her hands clasped around a steaming cup of station coffee she hadn't touched. Between us on the metal table lay a leather-bound journal, worn at the edges, with a simple embossed pattern around its borders. What made it remarkable wasn't its appearance, but what Officer Dawson had already told me about its contents. "Mrs. Porter, can you tell me exactly how you came into possession of this journal?" I kept my voice soft, measured. She nodded, her fingers tightening around the cup. "I found it when I was collecting Alexandra's mail. Her mother asked me to check on the apartment while Alexandra is missing." I nodded, encouraging her to continue. "It was just sitting there on her doormat, no packaging, no note, just this book with her name on it." Mrs. Porter's eyes never left the journal as she spoke. I opened the cover carefully. On the first page, written in a neat, flowing script that didn't match any of the handwriting samples we had from Alexandra Kinsley, was simply, "Alexandra Kinsley, her story." What followed were pages of detailed accounts of Alexandra's life, her morning routines, her work habits at the local library, favorite coffee shops, even conversations with friends that matched statements we'd taken. The entries were dated, starting from 3 months prior to her disappearance. "Did Alexandra keep journals that you know of, Mrs. Porter?" "No," she said firmly, "and that's not her handwriting. I've seen her grocery lists enough times to know." I flipped through more pages, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. The entries became increasingly personal, documenting Alexandra's private moments, her habit of talking to herself while cooking, the old t-shirt she wore to bed, her nightly glass of red wine by the window. Then I reached the final entry, dated one day before she was reported missing. "Tomorrow, Alexandra will leave her apartment at 7:15 a.m. instead of her usual 7:30. She will take the path through Ravenna Park rather than her usual route along 65th Street. She will wear her blue raincoat and carry the umbrella with the broken spoke. She believes she is meeting someone who can help her. She is mistaken." I closed the journal, fighting to keep my expression neutral. "And you found this the day after she disappeared?" Mrs. Porter nodded slowly. "I didn't look through it right away. I thought it was just something of hers that got dropped. When I finally did," her voice trembled. "Who would do this? Who would watch someone like that?" That question haunted me through the next 3 weeks of investigation. The journal yielded no fingerprints except Alexandra's neighbors and contained no DNA evidence we could use. The handwriting matched no samples in our system. The leather was common, the paper unremarkable, the ink available at any office supply store. Alexandra Kinsley remained missing. Until exactly 1 month after her disappearance, when another journal appeared. This one was on my doorstep. I found it as I was leaving for work, the same leather binding, the same embossed pattern. This time the name on the first page was mine, Detective Thomas Mercer, his investigation. Inside were detailed accounts of every step I'd taken in the Kinsley case. Every interview, every search, every late night poring over evidence. It documented my frustration, my conversations with colleagues, even what I'd eaten while working late at the station. The final pages contained something that made my blood run cold, a precise description of where Alexandra Kinsley could be found. The abandoned Whitmore Paper Mill, second floor, eastern corner office. The door has been sealed shut with industrial adhesive. Inside there will be no body, only another journal. This one belongs to the person Detective Mercer needs to find next. I assembled a team within the hour. The Whitmore Mill had been closed for decades, a decaying industrial hulk on the outskirts of town. It took us 40 minutes to locate the specific office mentioned in the journal. The door had indeed been sealed, not with adhesive as the journal stated, but welded shut sometime recently. When we finally broke through, the room was empty except for a small table in the center. On it lay another leather-bound journal, identical to the others. This one bore the name Catherine Meadows. Catherine Meadows was not in our system. No missing persons report, no criminal record, no local address. It was as if she didn't exist, except for the journal that documented her life in the same meticulous detail as Alexandra's. The final entry read, "Tomorrow, Catherine will receive a phone call at 9:17 a.m. She will answer, even though she doesn't recognize the number. She will agree to meet someone she believes can help her with her research. She is mistaken." We had less than 18 hours to find a woman we had no information on, beyond what was written in a journal that shouldn't exist. The breakthrough came at 3 a.m. when one of our analysts found a Catherine Meadows listed as a doctoral candidate at the University of Washington. Her dissertation topic, Predictive Behavioral Patterns in Unsolved Disappearances. We reached her apartment by 7 a.m. No one answered our knocks. The landlord let us in with a master key, and we found the apartment empty but lived in. A coffee mug still warm on the counter, laptop open on the dining table. On the screen was a document filled with notes about Alexandra Kinsley's disappearance. At 9:16 a.m., as officers were still processing Catherine's apartment, her phone rang on her bedside table. I answered it before the second ring. There was a long pause before a voice spoke, soft, measured, almost soothing. "You're not Catherine." "No," I said, "I'm Detective Mercer. Who am I speaking with?" Another pause. "Someone who appreciates the value of documentation, detective. Someone who understands that every life follows patterns, rhythms that can be observed, recorded, predicted." "Where is Alexandra Kinsley?" I asked directly. "Alexandra's story is already written, detective, as is Catherine's, as is yours." "I don't believe that," I said firmly, signaling to the tech trying to trace the call. A soft laugh came through the line. "Belief isn't required for truth to be true. Check your email, detective." The call ended. The trace showed it came from a prepaid phone activated that morning. I opened my department email on my phone and found a new message from an address consisting only of numbers. The subject line read, "The next journal." The email contained only an attachment, a scan of a leather-bound journal cover with my name on it. The file was dated 1 month in the future. I never found Alexandra Kinsley or Catherine Meadows. The journals yielded no forensic evidence. The email server was untraceable. What I did find 1 month later was exactly what the caller promised, another journal on my doorstep. This one documented my failed investigation, my increasing obsession, my gradual withdrawal from other cases and colleagues. Its final entry described my resignation from the police force. It detailed how I would pack a specific suitcase, book a particular flight, rent a precise model of car. It ended with these words: Thomas believes he is finally finding answers. He is correct, but they are not the answers he expects. The next journal awaits him as it awaits us all. Sometimes I wonder if I should have followed the path laid out in that final journal, if somewhere at the end of that journey was the truth about Alexandra and Catherine. But I've come to understand something about the author of these journals. They feed on the patterns we create, the predictability of human behavior when guided by fear or obsession. So I chose to break the pattern. I didn't resign. I didn't pack that suitcase or book that flight. Instead, I stayed and kept searching in ways the journals hadn't predicted. I still have all the journals locked in my desk drawer. Sometimes late at night, when the office is empty and there's nothing but the sound of rain against the windows, I find myself wondering if somewhere, in some leather-bound book I haven't seen yet, these choices I think I'm making freely have already been written down, already predicted. And I wonder whose doorstep that journal might be sitting on, right now, waiting to be found. Story 6. I remember the first time I held the case file in my hands. The manila folder was thin, almost disappointingly so, as if the mystery it contained wasn't substantial enough to warrant proper documentation. The weight of it felt wrong somehow, too light for the gravity of what lay inside. The office around me had fallen silent, save for the gentle hum of the air conditioning and the occasional click of a keyboard from the detective at the far end of the room. It was late afternoon, that peculiar time when sunlight slants through dusty blinds, creating bars of gold across worn desks. The name on the file read Emily Mercer, and beneath it, in neat block letters, Case 47923, Unexplained Disappearance. I ran my thumb along the edge of the folder, feeling each imperfection in the paper before finally opening it. The first page contained a photograph, a young woman with shoulder-length brown hair and eyes that seemed to look through the camera rather than at it. There was something in her expression that I couldn't quite place, a wariness perhaps, or the shadow of something unsettling. Emily Mercer had been a graduate student in psychology, 26 years old, living alone in a small apartment on the east side of town. Her disappearance hadn't made headlines. She was simply there one day and gone the next. No signs of struggle in her apartment, no unusual bank activity, no desperate messages to friends or family. Just absence, as if she had carefully extracted herself from her own life. What made her case unusual enough for it to eventually find its way to my desk was the single piece of evidence that didn't fit: her phone records. In the 3 weeks before her disappearance, Emily had received multiple calls from her own number. The calls always came between 2:17 and 2:23 a.m. They lasted anywhere from 30 seconds to just over 4 minutes. I leaned back in my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me. The ceiling fan above rotated in lazy circles, pushing the warm air around rather than cooling it. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to imagine the scenario. A phone ringing in darkness, a screen illuminating with your own number, the decision to answer or ignore, the courage it would take to press that green button and hear what waits on the other end. According to Emily's roommate from the previous year, a woman named Nadia Patel, Emily had purchased the phone secondhand from an online marketplace about a month before the calls began. It was nothing special, just an older model smartphone with a slightly cracked screen and decent battery life. Emily had mentioned getting it for a good price, saying she just needed something basic while she saved up for a better one. I flipped through the statements, my fingertips catching slightly on the edges of the paper. Nadia had been interviewed twice. In her first statement, she mentioned that Emily had seemed increasingly anxious in their last few conversations. not fearful exactly, but distracted, as if constantly listening for something just beyond hearing range. In her second interview, conducted after police had obtained Emily's phone records, Nadia revealed something she had initially forgotten. Emily had mentioned the phone calls once, almost in passing, during their last coffee meeting. She said something weird was happening with her phone, Nadia had told the detective. She laughed it off like it was just a glitch, but I could tell it was bothering her. She said it kept calling itself in the middle of the night. I told her to get a new phone, but she said she couldn't afford it yet. I took a sip of my now lukewarm coffee, grimacing slightly at the bitterness. Outside my window, the city was settling into evening, streetlights flickering to life one by one. I continued reading, my eyes growing heavier with each page, yet unable to set the file aside. The next significant statement came from Michael Chen, a teaching assistant who worked with Emily. He described a conversation they'd had in the university library about a week before she vanished. Emily had looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, her normally neat appearance slightly disheveled. When he asked if she was all right, she had hesitated before confiding in him. "She told me she wasn't sleeping," Michael had said. "At first I thought it was just stress from her thesis work, but then she showed me her call log. All these incoming calls from her own number, all in the middle of the night. I suggested it might be a software glitch, or maybe someone was spoofing her number. But then she said something that stuck with me. She said, 'It's my voice on the other end, Michael, my exact voice telling me I need to leave.'" The room seemed to grow quieter around me as I read those words, as if the very air had paused to listen. I noticed my own reflection in the dark window, ghostly and transparent against the night outside. For a brief, irrational moment, I felt as though I might reach for my own phone and find it already ringing, my own number displayed on the screen. I turned the page, finding the transcript of the only recovered voicemail from these strange calls. It had been saved on Emily's cloud account, a 20-second message from the night before she disappeared. The audio file itself was included in the evidence, but I read the transcript first, the words typed neatly on official paper. "Emily, please listen. You need to leave now. Don't pack anything. Don't tell anyone. Just go. They're getting closer and they'll find you through me. I don't have much time. This isn't a trick or a joke. I'm you, Emily. I'm calling from..." The transcript ended there, with a note indicating the message cut off mid-sentence. I made a mental note to listen to the actual recording in the morning, to hear the voice that claimed to be Emily calling herself with a warning. The detectives had pursued multiple angles. They investigated Emily's ex-boyfriend, a man named James Harlow, but he had a solid alibi for the time of her disappearance. They looked into her research at the university, wondering if she had stumbled onto something controversial, but her work on cognitive processing in trauma survivors, while valuable, wasn't the type to make enemies. They even examined the phone itself, which had been found on her kitchen counter, fully charged. The technical analysis of the phone had revealed nothing unusual, no malware, no evidence of hacking, no explanation for how calls could appear to come from the same number that received them. The cellular provider confirmed the anomaly, but could offer no explanation. The calls originated from Emily's number and connected to Emily's number, a technological impossibility that nonetheless had occurred repeatedly. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the late hour settling into my bones. The case had gone cold quickly. Emily Mercer had simply vanished, leaving behind a mystery that defied conventional explanation. No body had been found, no evidence of foul play discovered. Her bank account remained untouched, her passport unused. It was as if she had stepped out of her life, leaving everything behind except the warning that had come from her own phone, her own voice. As I began to gather the papers to return them to the folder, A small note slipped from between the pages, a handwritten addition that hadn't been included in the original case file. It was from Detective Rivera, who had initially handled the case. Checked with previous owner of phone. Woman named Lisa Garner sold it after getting a new one through her work. When questioned about any unusual activity, she became agitated. Eventually admitted she had experienced similar calls before selling the phone, but was too embarrassed to mention it earlier, thought she was going crazy. Said she never answered the calls. Phone records confirmed 3 calls from her own number in the week before she sold the device. Follow-up recommended. I stared at the note, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. The follow-up, it seemed, had never happened. Detective Rivera had been reassigned shortly after, the case gradually losing priority as more pressing matters demanded attention. I slowly closed the folder, my mind circling around possibilities both rational and otherwise. Perhaps Emily Mercer had staged her own disappearance, creating an elaborate mystery to cover a simple desire to start over. Perhaps she had fallen victim to someone who knew how to exploit her fascination with the unexplained. Her roommate had mentioned her interest in phenomena that science couldn't yet explain. Or perhaps something else entirely had occurred, something that existed in the spaces between our understanding, in the static between phone connections, in the liminal moments between night and morning when a phone might ring with a call from itself. I placed the file in my drawer and locked it, suddenly aware of my own phone sitting face down on my desk. I turned it over slowly, half expecting to see a missed call notification. The screen was blank, reflecting only my tired eyes looking back at me. As I drove home that night, I found myself thinking about second-hand objects, how we assume the histories they carry are benign, how we bring them into our lives without question. I thought about Emily Mercer and the phone she had purchased to save money, never suspecting it might already be haunted by its own particular mystery. I never did solve Emily's case. It remains open, one of those files that detectives look at from time to time, hoping for new evidence, a fresh perspective, or simply the luck that sometimes breaks even the most puzzling cases wide open. Sometimes I wonder if she's out there somewhere, having heeded the warning from her own voice. I wonder if she left in time, before whatever was getting closer finally arrived. And sometimes, in the deepest part of night when sleep eludes me, I think about phones calling themselves, and voices that travel not through space but through time, attempting to deliver warnings that arrive too late or perhaps just in time, depending on whether you choose to answer when the call comes in. Story 7, I remember the exact moment I first learned about the case. A manila folder had been placed on my desk, the edges slightly worn, as if many hands had held it before mine. The fluorescent lights of the precinct buzzed overhead, casting a sterile glow that somehow made the room feel colder than it was. I opened the file, the paper making that soft rustling sound as I turned each page, scanning the details of what would become the most unsettling investigation of my career. It began with Sarah Miller, a 34-year-old librarian who lived alone in a modest apartment on the east side of town. By all accounts, she led a quiet life, the kind that doesn't typically intersect with people like me, detectives who specialize in cases that hover in the gray space between coincidence and malice. She came in yesterday, my partner, Detective Reeves, said as he placed a cup of coffee on my desk. The liquid was dark and still steaming, sending tendrils of vapor into the air between us. Said a man approached her at Westside Cafe, knew things about her that no stranger could possibly know. I took a sip of the coffee, letting the warmth spread through me as I examined the photograph clipped to the file. Sarah had auburn hair that fell just past her shoulders, green eyes that held the camera's gaze with a mixture of intelligence and what I now recognized as growing unease. "What kind of things?" I asked, my voice measured, calm. In this line of work, I'd learned that emotional reactions only cloud judgment. Reeves settled into the chair across from me, the metal legs scraping softly against the linoleum floor. Personal details, childhood memories, recent thoughts she claims she never shared with anyone. I raised an eyebrow. Claims. "That's the thing," Reeves said, leaning forward slightly. We checked her social media, her online presence. Nothing unusual, no oversharing, no stalker patterns we could identify. I nodded slowly, turning to the statement Sarah had given. Her handwriting was neat, controlled, but I noticed how the pressure of the pen increased as the statement progressed, the ink digging deeper into the paper as if her composure was gradually eroding. The first encounter had been 3 weeks ago, a Tuesday afternoon. Sarah had been working on her laptop at Westside Cafe, a place she frequented 3 times a week, always ordering the same thing, a medium chai latte with almond milk. A man had taken the seat opposite her. There were no other tables available, and he'd asked politely if he could join her. Unremarkable in appearance, mid-30s, average height, brown hair neatly trimmed, wearing a gray button-down shirt and dark jeans. Nothing about him triggered any alarm bells. They'd exchanged pleasantries. He'd introduced himself as Thomas, no last name offered. Their conversation had been casual at first, the weather, the coffee shop's ambient music, a book she was reading. Then it shifted. "You still dream about that red bicycle you had when you were 8, he'd said. "The one your father gave you 3 months before he left." Sarah had frozen, her chai latte halfway to her lips. Her father had indeed left when she was 8. The bicycle had been red. She'd mentioned neither fact to this stranger. When she asked how he knew, his response was what brought her to our precinct. "You're the one who told me, every night." I felt the first whisper of unease trace its way down my spine as I read those words. Not fear exactly, but that heightened awareness that comes when something isn't quite right, like stepping into a room and sensing that objects have been moved ever so slightly from their proper places. The following days brought more encounters. Thomas appeared at the cafe each time Sarah visited. Each time he shared another detail, her childhood fear of thunderstorms, the name of her first crush, the content of the dream she'd had just the night before. Things impossible for him to know. "Have we looked into this Thomas?" I asked, looking up from the file. Reeves nodded. "That's where it gets interesting. The cafe's security footage shows Sarah sitting alone. She appears to be speaking to someone, but there's no one in the chair across from her." I felt the room grow a few degrees colder. "She's talking to herself." "Not exactly," Reeves said, sliding a still image from the security footage across the desk. "Look at her coffee cup." I studied the image. Sarah was mid-sentence, her expression animated as if in conversation. The chair opposite her was empty, but her coffee cup, it was floating, suspended in midair, as if being held by invisible hands. "This could be doctored," I said, but I didn't really believe it. Our tech team was thorough. "It's not," Reeves confirmed. "We checked the entire feed. Multiple angles. There's something or someone interacting with her. We just can't see it." I rubbed my temples, feeling the beginnings of a headache forming behind my eyes. Has she been evaluated by a psychiatrist? "Dr. Levine saw her yesterday. She's not showing any signs of psychosis or hallucination. She's lucid, coherent, and genuinely frightened." I closed the file, needing a moment to process what I was hearing. Cases like this existed in a liminal space, not quite criminal, not quite explainable. They were the cases that followed you home at night, that made you check the locks twice, that had you waking up at 3 a.m. wondering if you'd missed something important. "I want to speak with her," I said finally. Sarah Miller arrived at the precinct at exactly 2 p.m. the following day. In person, she appeared smaller than her photograph suggested, her shoulders slightly hunched as if carrying an invisible weight, but her eyes were clear, focused, and when she spoke, her voice was steady. "He's getting more specific," she said after we'd settled into the interview room. The walls were a dull beige, the table between us scratched from years of use. A tape recorder sat between us, its red light blinking steadily. "Yesterday he recited a poem I wrote when I was 15. Word for word, I never published it. It's been in my journal all these years." "And you've never shared it, not with friends, not online." I kept my tone neutral, non-judgmental. She shook her head, a strand of auburn hair falling across her face. "Never. I was embarrassed by it. It was about my father." I nodded, making a note. "Sarah, I need to ask, have you experienced any gaps in memory lately? Times when you can't account for your actions?" She considered this carefully before answering. "No, I'm a creature of habit. I know where I am and what I'm doing almost every hour of every day." "Almost." A slight hesitation. "I've been having trouble sleeping since this started. I take medication now. It helps me fall asleep, but I wake up feeling different, like I've been somewhere else." I leaned forward slightly. "Different how?" "Exhausted, not rested at all, and sometimes." She paused, as if debating whether to continue. "Sometimes there are cups of tea on my nightstand in the morning, cups I don't remember making." The interview continued for another hour. Sarah was articulate, precise in her recollections. Nothing in her demeanor suggested she was fabricating her experiences. When she left, I found myself standing at the window, watching as she walked to her car in the parking lot, her figure small against the gathering dusk. "What do you think?" Reeves asked, joining me at the window. "I think we need to see where she lives," I replied. Sarah's apartment was on the 3rd floor of a well-maintained building. The hallway was quiet, the carpet muffling our footsteps as we approached her door. She let us in, the apartment beyond neat and organized, bookshelves lined with volumes arranged by genre and author, a small desk near the window with a laptop and a stack of papers, a modest kitchenette with clean countertops. "I'd like to see your bedroom if that's all right," I said, keeping my tone professional. She nodded, leading us down a short hallway. Her bedroom was similarly tidy. A double bed with a blue comforter, a dresser, a small reading chair in the corner, nothing out of the ordinary. Until I noticed the teacup on the nightstand. "Is that?" I began. "Yes," she said quietly. "I woke up and it was there, again." I approached the nightstand carefully. The cup contained the remnants of what appeared to be chamomile tea, now cold. Beside it lay a small notebook, its pages covered in handwriting that matched Sarah's statement at the precinct. "May I asked, gesturing to the notebook. She hesitated, then nodded. "It's my dream journal. My therapist suggested I keep it." I opened the journal, flipping through the pages. The entries were dated, detailed accounts of dreams, some mundane, others disturbing. But what caught my attention were the margins. Small, almost imperceptible notes written in a different hand, comments on her dreams, observations, sometimes just single words: beautiful, interesting, remember. "Sarah," I said slowly, "did you write these comments?" She looked at the margin notes, her face draining of color. "No, I've never seen those before." We immediately bagged the journal as evidence. I arranged for a patrol car to monitor her apartment and suggested she stay with a friend. As she gathered her things, I noticed something on her dresser that I'd missed initially, a small gray button, the kind that might have come from a man's shirt. I didn't mention it to her. Instead, I pocketed it discreetly, intending to add it to our evidence. The following days were a blur of activity. The handwriting analysis on the margin notes was inconclusive, similar to Sarah's but with subtle differences that couldn't be explained. The button yielded no useful forensic evidence. The security footage from her apartment building showed no unauthorized entries, no mysterious figures. And yet the encounters continued. Thomas appeared to Sarah not just at the cafe now, but in other places, the grocery store, the library where she worked, once even in the women's restroom at a restaurant. Each time sharing another intimate detail, each time ending with the same refrain, "You're the one who told me," every night. Then, exactly 1 week after our initial interview, Sarah Miller disappeared. Her apartment was empty, her car still in its designated spot. No signs of forced entry, no signs of struggle, just the lingering scent of chamomile tea and an empty cup on her nightstand. The case file remains open on my desk. Sometimes, late at night when the precinct is quiet save for the distant ringing of phones and the soft hum of computers, I find myself rereading her statement, studying the security footage, searching for something I might have missed. And sometimes, when I finally go home and drift off to sleep, I dream of a man in a gray shirt sitting across from me at a cafe table, his face pleasant but unremarkable, his voice soft as he leans forward and says, "You're working too hard on this case, detective, but you'll never find her. She's where she belongs now, in the place between waking and dreaming, the place where she told me all her secrets." I wake from these dreams with a start, heart pounding, mouth dry. And more than once, I've noticed something that sends a chill through me despite the warmth of my apartment. A teacup on my nightstand that wasn't there when I went to sleep. The investigation continues, but in my heart, I know that whatever happened to Sarah Miller exists in that liminal space where conventional detection fails, where the rational mind struggles to find purchase. A space where strangers somehow know your thoughts, and where the boundary between dreams and reality blurs until neither can be trusted completely. I keep the case file open, I keep looking, and I've stopped drinking tea before bed. Story 8, I still remember the weight of the case file in my hands, a manila folder thicker than most, with edges worn from countless hours of handling. The paper had that distinct smell that comes with age, musty, yet somehow comforting in its familiarity. I sat in the precinct's back office, where the fluorescent light buzzed softly overhead, casting everything in a pale, clinical glow. It was 3 in the morning, that peculiar hour when the world seems to hold its breath between yesterday and tomorrow. The disappearance of Eliza Mercer wasn't supposed to be my case, but here I was, fingers tracing the edge of photographs, reports, and witness statements that led nowhere. 3 weeks she'd been missing, 3 weeks of dead ends and mounting questions. The apartment was advertised as a cozy studio, I murmured to myself, reading from the rental listing Eliza had responded to. Affordable, convenient location, perfect for a young professional just starting out. The kind of place thousands of people move into every day without incident. I sipped my coffee, now lukewarm, as I studied the floor plan of the building again. 5th floor, Unit 512, a simple studio apartment with one main living area, a small kitchenette, and a bathroom. Nothing remarkable about it, and yet something about this place had swallowed Eliza whole. Her sister had reported her missing when Eliza failed to show up for their weekly Sunday brunch. Not like her, the sister had insisted. Eliza was reliable, punctual, the kind of person who'd call if she was running 5 minutes late, the kind of person who answered texts promptly, the kind of person who didn't just vanish. When officers performed the initial welfare check, they found the apartment locked from the inside. The chain was still in place when they forced entry. Inside, everything was in order, too perfect almost. The bed was made with hospital corners, dishes washed and put away, not a speck of dust anywhere, but no sign of Eliza. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play, just absence. I picked up another photograph from the file, the apartment's entryway. A simple door with a peephole, deadbolt, and chain lock, standard issue for a building of that age and caliber. The security camera in the hallway had shown Eliza entering her apartment 11 days ago, never showed her leaving. The building's maintenance manager, a man named Thornton with perpetually oil-stained fingers and tired eyes, had been interviewed 3 times. Each time he insisted there was no other way in or out of the apartment except through the front door. No connecting vents large enough for a person. No hidden passages. No trapdoors. Just 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor. And yet something wasn't right. I rubbed my eyes and reached for the statement from Mrs. Garner, the elderly neighbor in 510. "I hear things sometimes," she had told the interviewing officer, "late at night, like someone pacing, back and forth, and sometimes I swear I hear voices, the same voice almost like an echo." Most of the detectives had written her off. Old woman, imagination, thin walls, but there was something in her description that kept pulling me back. "Sometimes I hear her calling her own name," Mrs. Garner had said, "like she's looking for herself. 'Eliza,' she calls. 'Eliza, where are you?' over and over." I pulled out my phone and scrolled to the photographs I had taken during my own visit to the apartment. Standard layout, white walls, IKEA furniture, a few personal touches, books, a houseplant slowly dying from neglect, a collection of magnets on the refrigerator, nothing unusual. Except I zoomed in on one of the photos, the living room wall adjacent to the bathroom. Was that a slight discoloration, a rectangular outline barely visible against the eggshell white paint? I stood up, stretching my stiff back. The clock on the wall now read 3:47 a.m. Too late to do anything tonight, but early tomorrow I would revisit apartment 512. Something about that wall didn't sit right with me. The next morning brought rain, the steady, soaking kind that seems to muffle the entire city. I arrived at the apartment building just after 8, armed with a fresh coffee and a clearer head. The building looked different in daylight, less ominous, more tired. Weathered brick exterior, windows with air conditioning units precariously installed, fire escapes zigzagging down the façade like metal veins. The police tape was still across Eliza's door. I ducked under it, key in hand. Inside, the air was stale, untouched. I walked directly to the wall I had noticed in the photo. Up close, the discoloration was even more apparent, a perfect rectangle about the size of a door. I ran my fingers along the edge. The paint felt different here, newer perhaps. I pulled out a pocket knife and gently pressed the tip into the seam. The blade sank in with surprising ease, not into plaster or drywall, but into something softer, like caulk or putty. An hour later, with help from forensics, we had exposed what the wall had been hiding, a door. a door sealed shut with industrial adhesive and expertly painted over to match the rest of the wall, a door that didn't appear on any of the building's floor plans. It took 2 officers with a battering ram to break it open. Beyond was not another apartment, not a maintenance corridor, but a room identical to Eliza's in every detail, down to the placement of furniture and the dying houseplant. Except this room had no windows, no other doors, just 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor. And another door on the opposite wall, also sealed and painted over. We broke through that one too, another identical room and another door. By the time backup arrived, we had discovered 7 identical rooms, each connected only to the next, each a perfect replica of Eliza's apartment. 7 rooms arranged in a perfect circle, leading back to where we started, a closed loop of identical spaces, impossible architecture hidden within the building's structure. In the final room, we found Eliza's phone on the bedside table, the battery long dead, next to it a journal. The last entry, dated 11 days ago, read simply, "I can't find my way out. Every door leads back to the same room. The windows show nothing but darkness, and I can hear my own voice calling my name from somewhere ahead, always ahead, no matter which direction I turn." We searched every inch of those rooms, tore up floorboards, cut into walls, brought in dogs. Nothing, no sign of Eliza. 3 months later, the case remains open. The building has been condemned, the entire 5th floor sealed off. Architectural engineers cannot explain how those rooms exist in a space that should be physically impossible. Mrs. Garner has moved in with her daughter in Connecticut. Thornton, the maintenance manager, disappeared 2 weeks after our discovery. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm reviewing the case files again, I swear I can hear a voice just at the edge of hearing, calling a name over and over, not Eliza's name anymore. Mine. I try not to think about what it means that the case file gets thicker each time I open it, with photographs I don't remember taking and notes I don't remember writing. I try not to notice how the precinct seems different each morning in ways I can't quite articulate, how my colleagues sometimes look at me as if they don't quite recognize me. And I try very hard not to think about the fact that I haven't been able to find the exit door to the precinct for 3 days now. Every door just leads to another room that looks exactly the same. Story 9, it was left on her porch, an antique doll with glass eyes and a delicate dress. But when she brought it inside, she noticed words etched into its porcelain skin. Words describing her deepest secrets, secrets she had never told anyone. I remember the first time I saw Eliner's house. It was one of those Victorian structures that seemed to lean slightly into the wind, as if whispering to it. The porch steps creaked beneath my weight as I approached the front door, notepad in hand, recorder in my pocket. The wooden boards had that particular autumn chill, the kind that seeps through the soles of your shoes and reminds you that winter isn't far behind. The case had been passed to me 3 days earlier. Detective Williams had slid the thin manila folder across his desk with a sigh that told me everything I needed to know before I even opened it. Unusual circumstances, no obvious suspects, a puzzle that needed solving before the trail went completely cold. Eliner Prescott, 42, high school English teacher, he had said, his voice carrying the weight of 20 years on the force. Found in her home after not showing up to work for 2 days. No signs of forced entry, no signs of struggle, just found sitting in her favorite chair, staring at this doll. The doll was now in evidence, sealed away in a plastic bag that couldn't quite contain its presence. I'd examined it earlier that morning, a porcelain-faced Victorian doll with glass eyes that seemed to follow you across the room. Its dress was faded blue silk, intricate lacework at the collar, and there, etched into the smooth white porcelain of its arms and neck, were words, phrases, secrets. I still think about the fire every day. I never told them what really happened to Dad's watch. Sometimes I stand at the window and imagine just walking away. The medical examiner had ruled Eleanor's death as heart failure, but couldn't explain why a healthy 42-year-old woman's heart would simply stop. No poison in her system, no trauma to her body, just a look of profound horror frozen on her face, eyes locked on the doll sitting across from her. I ran my fingers along the edge of the wooden banister leading up to the second floor. The house was silent in that particular way only empty homes can be, not just quiet, but listening. The floorboards sighed softly under each step I took. The air smelled faintly of old books and the lingering trace of Eleanor's perfume, something floral with notes of vanilla. Her living room was meticulously organized. Bookshelves lined one wall, volumes arranged by author rather than genre or title. A comfortable armchair sat near the window, angled to catch the afternoon light, the chair where they found her. I stood beside it, trying to see what Eleanor might have seen in her final moments. The coffee table in front of the chair held a single coaster, a half-empty cup of tea long gone cold, and a small notepad with a pen resting across it. I slipped on latex gloves and carefully opened the notepad. Eleanor's handwriting was neat, precise, the handwriting of someone who graded essays for a living. It knows things it shouldn't know, things I've never told anyone. It wasn't on the porch yesterday. I would have noticed it. The writing appears to be increasing. New words every time I look away. I closed the notepad and placed it gently back where I'd found it. The house continued its quiet observation of my movements. Outside, a car drove past, its headlights briefly illuminating the room before passing on, leaving the shadows deeper than before. In the kitchen, I found Eleanor's phone on the counter. Already processed by our tech team, it had revealed nothing unusual beyond a text message sent to her sister the night before she died. Do you remember that doll grandmother kept in the glass cabinet, the one we weren't allowed to touch? Her sister had never responded. The hallway leading to Eleanor's bedroom was lined with photographs. Eleanor with her students at graduation. Eleanor with who I assumed was her sister at the beach. Eleanor as a child, sitting on the lap of an elderly woman with stern eyes and a tight smile. The grandmother, perhaps. I paused at this last photo, the dim hallway light creating a glare on the glass. For a moment I thought I saw something reflected in it, a small figure standing at the end of the hallway. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Just the slight movement of the curtain in the bedroom doorway, stirred by the central heating coming on. Eleanor's bedroom was as organized as the rest of the house. Bed made with hospital corners, closet arranged by color and season, books on the nightstand stacked by size, and there on the dresser was a small jewelry box. I opened it carefully. Inside were a few modest pieces, silver earrings, a pearl necklace, a watch with a cracked face that no longer ticked. I picked up the watch, turning it over. The inscription on the back read, "To Richard, all my love, Margaret, Eleanor's parents," according to the file. Richard had died when Eleanor was 16. The official report stated he'd fallen down the stairs after a heart attack. The watch had been damaged in the fall. I never told them what really happened to Dad's watch. The words from the doll echoed in my mind as I carefully replaced the timepiece in the jewelry box. The radiator in the corner clicked and sighed, sending warm air into the room. Outside, the sky had darkened considerably. I switched on the bedside lamp, casting the room in a soft yellow glow. The file mentioned that Alina had no close friends besides her sister, Catherine, who lived 2 states away. Her colleagues described her as private but kind. Her students said she was fair and passionate about literature. No one could recall her ever mentioning a doll or having any particular interest in antiques or collectibles. I made my way back downstairs, the wooden steps groaning softly beneath my weight. In the dining room, I found a stack of mail on the table. Bills mostly, a few literary magazines, and at the bottom, a small envelope with no return address, postmarked 3 days before Alina's death. Inside was a single sheet of paper with one typed sentence. It remembers even when you pretend to forget. I slipped the letter into an evidence bag, making a mental note to have it processed for fingerprints and DNA, though experience told me we'd find nothing. As I sealed the bag, a sound from the living room caught my attention, the soft creak of wood settling, or perhaps something more. The chair where Alina had died seemed to face me accusingly as I entered the room again. The afternoon had faded into evening, and shadows pooled in the corners. I stood where the doll had supposedly been placed, trying to see the room from its perspective. The chair, the window behind it, the bookshelves with their neat rows of spines. One book stood out, slightly misaligned from the others. I approached the shelf and carefully removed the volume. Family Histories of Westbrook County. The book fell open naturally to a page containing a newspaper clipping from 1953. Local fire claims lives of children. The article detailed a house fire that had killed 3 young siblings while their babysitter allegedly slept. The babysitter, 14-year-old Margaret Simmons, claimed she had been awake and tried to save them. Margaret, Alina's grandmother. I still think about the fire every day. As I closed the book, my phone vibrated in my pocket. A text message from the lab. Additional analysis of doll complete. Porcelain dates to approximately 1950. Microscopic examination shows etching was done gradually over time, not all at once. Different tools used, some markings potentially decades old. I replaced the book on the shelf, my mind racing. If some of the etchings were decades old, then they couldn't have been meant specifically for Alina, unless... The sound of something falling upstairs interrupted my thoughts. I paused, listening intently. The house remained silent, watching, waiting. I made my way back to the staircase, my hand resting lightly on my service weapon. Standard procedure, though I felt slightly foolish. Old houses make noises, pipes contract, floors settle. As I reached the top of the stairs, I noticed Alina's bedroom door was now closed. I was certain I had left it open. My heart rate quickened slightly as I approached, the floorboards announcing each careful step. I turned the knob slowly and pushed the door open. The bedroom was exactly as I had left it, except for one detail. The jewelry box on the dresser was open, and the watch with the cracked face, was now lying on the floor beneath the window. I picked it up, noting that the temperature in the room had dropped considerably. My breath formed small clouds in front of my face. The watch felt unusually heavy in my palm, its broken mechanism somehow ominous now. I turned it over again to read the inscription. Beneath the engraved message was something I hadn't noticed before, tiny words scratched into the metal, almost invisible unless caught in the right light. She saw me watching them burn. A chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature ran through me. I carefully placed the watch in another evidence bag, my hands not quite as steady as they had been earlier. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed deeper now, more attentive. Back in my car with Aliner's house receding in my rearview mirror, I called Detective Williams. I need everything you can find on Margaret Simmons and a house fire in 1953, I told him, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the confined space of my vehicle. And I want to talk to Aliner's sister as soon as possible. As I drove away, the last rays of sunlight caught something in my passenger seat, the evidence bag containing the watch. For a brief moment, I could have sworn the hands moved, ticking backward before stopping again. The case of Aliner Prescott officially remains open. The doll sits in our evidence locker, its glass eyes reflecting nothing. Sometimes, late at night when I'm reviewing the file, I think I see new words appearing on the photographs of its porcelain skin. Words that weren't there before. Words that whisper of secrets I've never told anyone. And sometimes, when I wake in the darkness of early morning, I find myself checking my porch, just to be sure there's nothing waiting for me there. Nothing with glass eyes and delicate clothes and knowledge it shouldn't possess. Nothing that remembers what we pretend to forget. Story 10, the aged envelope exuded a sense of history, its worn edges tinged with a soft yellow hue that hinted at the passage of time. Yet the stamp affixed to it was fresh, a stark contrast to the antiquity of the paper. The detective's hands moved with care as she unfurled the envelope, revealing a single sheet of paper within, bearing a message typed in a hurried, uneven font. I am sorry for what I did. The words seemed to echo in the room as the detective's gaze fell upon the damp paper, a faint scent of iron lingering in the air. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, distinct from the typed message. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a practiced precision honed through years of investigations, gingerly placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers barely making contact with the incriminating evidence. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was indeed human blood, a chilling revelation that tied back to an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a bright young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her life taken by multiple stab wounds. The absence of her laptop, the scattered notes strewn across the floor, it all pointed to a crime connected to the stories she pursued. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, slipping through the fingers of justice like sand. And then, as if a specter from the past, a letter arrived at the precinct, simply addressed to the homicide division. Few fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, only faint smudges hinting that the sender had taken precautions. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a fragile thread to tug on in the darkness that shrouded the investigation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Morgan pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board, adorned with a mosaic of failed lights and dead ends. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice carrying a weight of anticipation and uncertainty. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, a steadfast companion in the pursuit of justice, cast a skeptical eye on the letter. "Or perhaps it's a facade," he suggested, his words laced with a hint of caution. "A performance orchestrated to deceive us." The forensic team delved into the unique impression patterns left by the typewriter, a relic from a bygone era no longer in production. Rare, but not beyond reach, their search expanded, reaching out to antique enthusiasts and collectors across the region, each lead a fragile strand in the intricate web they sought to unravel. As the investigation gained momentum, the spotlight turned once more to Rebecca's life, her mission to shine a light on corruption and deceit. Her editor's words painted a picture of a relentless seeker of truth, unafraid to challenge the powerful. A thread emerged, weaving a narrative of a wealthy family embroiled in a bitter feud over inheritance, each member a suspect in their own right. Interviews led to Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, a man whose grief had once seemed genuine, his alibi a solid shield against suspicion. Yet as the letter emerged as a damning piece of evidence, subtle cracks appeared in his facade, nervous gestures, tremors in his hands betraying a hidden truth. She feared someone was watching her. His words trembled through the room, a confession of his own failings to protect her. Amidst the turmoil, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message, the same chilling imprint of blood. This time the words etched on paper unveiled a darker truth. She delved too deep into the family secrets, unearthed the past. I never intended for it to escalate. The path of the investigation twisted and turned, leading to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where the detectives confronted the eldest son, Richard. A collector of antiquities, his possession of vintage typewriters raised suspicions that lingered in the air like a bitter aftertaste. His polished explanations fell on wary ears, his demeanor a mask too perfect to be genuine. The breakthrough arrived in a flutter of serendipity, as microscopic fibers on the envelopes pointed to custom stationery unique to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. A revelation unfolded as Eleanor disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery, a seemingly innocuous act that unraveled the tightly wound threads of deception. A search of Richard's residence unearthed a hidden chamber, a shrine to obsession adorned with clippings of Rebecca, surveillance photographs, and a vintage typewriter that whispered of sinister intent. The bloodstains spoke volumes, a macabre testament to the horrors inflicted in the name of secrecy. A web of deceit unfurled as financial transactions between Richard and Michael came to light, a damning trail of breadcrumbs leading straight to betrayal and murder. In a moment of reckoning, Michael's resolve crumbled, his words a torrent of guilt and despair. She discovered the truth about Richard's treachery. He confessed. The weight of his silence finally lifted. The final piece of the puzzle slid into place with Eleanor's revelation, a clandestine recording capturing Richard and Michael's sinister pact, a pact sealed with the ominous words, "She must be silenced permanently." In a swift stroke of justice, Richard's flight from accountability was cut short, his arrest a conclusion to a tale woven with malice and deceit. The courtroom became a stage for truth and lies to collide, as the prosecution built a case brick by brick, letter by letter. Michael, offered a plea deal in exchange for his testimony, stood as a witness to the unraveling of a conspiracy that had claimed a life in the pursuit of power. In the hushed deliberations of the jury, justice found its voice, condemning Richard to the confines of his own making. As the gavel fell, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the form of closure, a bittersweet salve for wounds that may never fully heal. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a shattered illusion, found their resting place in evidence storage, a solemn reminder that even the most meticulously crafted crimes bear the indelible mark of truth. The case of Rebecca Warren stood as a testament to the enduring power of conscience, a beacon for future generations of investigators to heed, a reminder that in the silence of an old typewriter, the echoes of guilt reverberate across time, unmasking the shadows of the past. Story 11. The wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under her weight, catching her attention with a soft creak. Intrigued, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges, sensing a hidden gap beneath the seemingly solid floor. With delicate care, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow space lurking beneath her new abode. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the space slowly revealed its secrets to her adjusting eyes. A mattress, a chair, and in the shadows, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages of a single name, her own name repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the mix of fear and unease in her gaze as she peered into the abyss beneath her home. It wasn't just about discovering a hidden room. It was about the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of something malevolent into what was meant to be a fresh start. "Please don't touch anything else," Detective Reed's voice was steady, commanding. She flicked on her flashlight, casting a beam that unveiled more secrets within the concealed chamber. The walls were adorned with surveillance photographs, capturing Sarah's every move, walking to her car, entering buildings, chatting with friends. A shrine of obsession meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no known kin. The property had stood empty for months before Sarah's purchase, with the real estate listing painting it as charming and in need of minor touch-ups. No mention of the chilling secrets hidden within its walls had surfaced during inspections or the sales process. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice barely above a whisper. "The neighbors mentioned he kept to himself. I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago, according to the inspection report." The arrival of crime scene investigators added a weighty presence to the room, their equipment cases thudding against the wooden floors as they went about their meticulous tasks. Every detail was captured, every piece of evidence logged, and the mattress, chair, and notebook were carefully extracted from the clandestine chamber. Forensic analysis later revealed a plethora of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, spread throughout the hidden space. What troubled investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Through utility records and dated photographs found within the chamber, it became evident that Walter had been shadowing Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had crossed paths with her at community events, the local grocery store, and even the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah had remained oblivious to his presence. This level of fixation tends to escalate, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. It evolves from fantasy to meticulous planning. The existence of this hidden room suggests he was gearing up for something more direct. Detective Reed's inquiry took a profound turn when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the maintenance department at a nearby shopping center. The man appeared uneasy, fiddling with his wedding band as he confessed. Walter would mention her now and then. He'd say she reminded him of someone. "I thought it was just harmless infatuation. I never imagined." Did he ever discuss any intentions involving her? Reed probed further. Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat, something about how she belongs with me. I thought it was mere rambling. The colleague trailed off, his gaze fixed on his hands. Subsequently obtaining a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker revealed a key that unlocked a storage unit unconnected to Walter's residence. Inside, meticulously arranged, were replicas of Sarah's former apartment, a mirror image of her bed, desk, and even her living room setup. A mannequin sporting a wig mimicking Sarah's hairstyle sat at the replica desk. The most chilling discovery was a calendar marked with a date just a week after Walter's sudden demise from a heart attack. The date was circled in red with a single word scrawled across it: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's past institutionalization due to an obsession with a female teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a condition where the afflicted believes in a reciprocal love that doesn't exist. Released into society, Walter lived a quiet life until Sarah's presence triggered his dormant delusions. Spread across the conference table at the police station were the crime scene photos, narrating a tale of obsession that ended with Walter believing in an imagined connection with Sarah. In his mind, they were destined to be together, Detective Reed articulated, shaking her head. Is there a possibility of a chance encounter triggering this fixation? Another detective inquired. Reed's response was a solemn shake of the head. There's no concrete evidence. Sometimes these fixations require very little. A passing smile, a prolonged glance. For someone with his history, that could have been enough. Sarah made the decision to sell the house, unable to shake off the shadows lurking within its walls. During the final walkthrough with her real estate agent, she stood in the living room, enveloped in her own arms. I can't help but wonder what might have unfolded if he hadn't passed away when he did, she murmured softly. How long would I have dwelled here, unaware of his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets hidden beneath my feet? With Walter's death, the case was closed, categorized as stalking with intent to abduct, despite the abduction never coming to fruition. Sarah relocated, altering her routines and tightening her guard over her personal information. Detective Reed sporadically checked in on her, a silent acknowledgement of the thin line that Sarah had treaded, teetering on the brink of becoming another grim statistic. The cottage found new owners, a young couple oblivious to its dark past. The hidden room was sealed off, the floorboards replaced, and life carried on. But for those privy to the truth, the tale of the secret chamber beneath the floor acted as an eerie reminder of the unseen dangers that lurk, of monsters who slip through the cracks, and of victims who narrowly evade their tragic destinies. Story 12, The Enigma of Rebecca Thorne. She stood before the mirror, swiping away the mist that veiled her reflection. Everything appeared as it should her face, her attire. Yet a sense of disquiet crept upon her with each passing moment, a flicker in her peripheral vision, a movement that defied explanation. As she turned, her reflection remained motionless, observing her with an unwavering gaze. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, casting a shadow over a serene community. Rebecca dwelled in a modest abode nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave, her solitary existence veiled in routine and order. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she traversed her days with precision, her life intertwined with the humdrum of a data analyst's world. No one could have foreseen that she would metamorphose into the nucleus of a perplexing criminal riddle that would endure for years to come. The genesis of the saga unfolded innocuously. In the solitude of her dwelling, Rebecca discerned subtle disturbances, insignificant displacements of objects, a rearrangement devoid of logic, a cup astray, books realigned, a toothbrush adrift. She attributed these anomalies to fatigue-induced lapses, the aftermath of prolonged hours immersed in the glare of computer screens. It was Detective Marion Shaw who received the initial whisper of unease from Rebecca, a mere whisper amidst a cacophony of daily life. The detective's initial assessment brushed aside the concerns, deeming them a realm best suited for mental health professionals rather than the precinct's domain. A woman's disquiet in her abode, devoid of tangible evidence, presented a conundrum that eluded conventional explanation. The mirror incident, however, altered the course of inquiry. Rebecca's narrative unfurled with vivid detail, recounting how her reflection appeared to act autonomously, a silent sentinel in her sanctuary. The revelation came through a surveillance lens trained upon her threshold. The footage unveiled a doppelganger, a mirror image of Rebecca, breaching her sanctum with a key that mirrored her own. Forensic scrutiny upheld the veracity of the recording, shattering the illusion of a mere semblance. The impostor moved with a familiarity that bespoke intimate knowledge of Rebecca's essence, a mimicry that transcended the bounds of rationality. Fingerprints whispered tales of solitude, DNA echoed silence. Neighbors' gazes beheld naught but the facade of normalcy, veiling the sinister masquerade that unfolded in the shadows of Rebecca's existence. Amidst the labyrinth of peculiarities, a former colleague, Lily Winters, emerged as a specter of interest, her erratic conduct painting a portrait of obsession. A warrant unfurled the tapestry of Lily's obsession, a shrine to Rebecca ensconced within her abode. Photographs adorned the walls, a chronicle of Rebecca's every step, every breath. A wardrobe mirrored in meticulous detail, a testament to Lily's fixation. Practice videos captured the metamorphosis, the gradual erosion of identity as Lily sought to usurp Rebecca's essence. As the noose tightened around Lily's aspirations, she eluded capture, leaving behind a vacuum of dread in her wake. Rebecca found solace in the anonymity of a secure refuge, her past eclipsed by the specter of a stolen identity. The tendrils of Lily's deception extended, infiltrating realms beyond the tangible, embodying a specter of impersonation that defied rationale. Detective Shaw, a custodian of their intertwined fates, bore witness to the duality that pervaded the case. Two visages, eerily similar yet divergent in intent, lingered in a photograph that graced her desk, a reminder of the fragility of identity, the sanctity of self in the face of malevolent desire. As night's embrace beckons, remember this tale of shadows and reflections, a reminder that in the quiet depths of slumber, mysteries may unfurl, weaving a tapestry of enigma that lulls you into the realm of dreams. Good night, dear listener. May your rest be a sanctuary untouched by the echoes of the unknown. Story 13, The Tale of Whispering Walls. The new occupants believed it to be merely peeling wallpaper, a harmless imperfection, or so they thought, but as they delicately removed the layers, a hidden narrative began to unfurl. Inked upon the aged surface, repeated endlessly, was a name, Alina Winters. Each stroke of the pen seemed to pulse with an unseen urgency, filling every nook of the wall with its presence. This name, unfamiliar to them, held a weighty mystery. It did not belong to the previous dwellers, nor could it be found in any official records. Yet a digital quest revealed a solitary hit, a decades-old missing persons inquiry. And to their astonishment, the woman in the faded photograph bore a striking resemblance to the one who had sold them the enchanting Victorian abode. Michael and Sarah Klein never anticipated diving headlong into renovations of the Victorian-era house right away. The allure of the historic dwelling, with its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings, had captured their hearts. The price was surprisingly reasonable, and the former owner, a poised lady with silver-streaked dark locks, appeared eager to part with the property, citing a cross-country move. Their journey into the enigma began innocuously, with a water stain in the master bedroom catching Sarah's eye. A blotch of yellowish hue marred the floral wallpaper, prompting them to investigate further. With a gentle touch, Michael peeled back a section, revealing a cascade of bygone eras hidden beneath. Paisley patterns from the 70s, followed by stripes from an earlier time, led to the unexpected unveiling of script on the third layer. Dark ink against a faded backdrop, forming a singular name, Alina Winters. The handwriting, once orderly, now twisted into a frenzy of desperation. "Who is Alina Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingertips tracing the haunting letters. The discovery sent shivers down their spines, stirring a curiosity that refused to be quelled. That night, bathed in the soft glow of their kitchen, Michael delved into property archives online. Numerous ownership changes were documented, yet Alina Winters remained an elusive figure. The name Margaret Cavendish was associated with the sale, but the missing Alina persisted as a spectral enigma. Their online pursuit bore fruit in the form of a digitized newspaper article resurrecting the tale of Alina Winters, a young woman who vanished without a trace. The portrait captured her essence, a visage eerily mirroring Margaret Cavendish, the seller of their newfound haven. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, their casual intrigue metamorphosed into a consuming fixation. Sarah reached out to former residents, tracing the lineage back through time. The renovation took a backseat as they devoted evenings to unraveling the mystery that had woven itself into the very walls of their home. Margaret Cavendish's brief tenure as the owner raised eyebrows. The meticulous paperwork usually associated with property transactions seemed conspicuously absent in this case. Their pursuit of truth led them to a retired detective who recollected Alina's case vividly. Alina Winters, a phantom in the night, reported missing with no leads to follow. Her sudden disappearance confounded law enforcement, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The connection to Margaret Cavendish, now blurred by time, hinted at a sinister thread weaving through the tapestry of the past. Forensic teams descended upon the house, transforming it into a hub of investigation. Layers of wallpaper peeled away, revealing secrets long buried within the walls. Ink samples dated back 30 years, linking Alina to a harrowing past entwined with madness. A hidden compartment beneath the bedroom floorboards yielded a trove of identities, each bearing the countenance of Alina Winters. The final mask, Margaret Cavendish, matched the elusive seller who had vanished into the ether. The truth, when finally unearthed, transcended the boundaries of rationality. Hair strands whispered of Alina's fate, while fingerprints etched a different narrative, a tale of fractured identities and a mind torn asunder. Rebecca Eldridge emerged as the orchestrator of this twisted masquerade, a patient lost in the labyrinth of dissociative identity disorder. Her obsession with Alina had birthed a tragedy that spanned decades, culminating in a macabre dance of deception and despair. Sarah and Michael stood witness as the garden yielded its grim secrets, leading to the long-awaited closure for Alina's family. Rebecca, or Margaret, was apprehended in a final act of defiance, her fractured mind laid bare before the truth. And so, the walls that had borne witness to a tragedy long forgotten whispered their secrets into the night, a lullaby of sorrow and redemption that echoed through the corridors of time. Story 14, The Curious Mask. As the costume shop prepared to close its doors for the final time, a peculiar air hung over the space. Dust motes danced in the fading light, settling on forgotten treasures waiting to be claimed. Among the relics of costumes past, a woman's gaze fell upon a solitary mask perched on a dusty shelf. Its delicate features held an unsettling lifelike quality that drew her in. With a sense of intrigue, she reached out and lifted the mask, feeling its weight in her hands. The cashier, a man with tired eyes, hesitated as she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered cryptically, a shiver passing through him. Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but there was none to be found. Shrugging off the cashier's unease, she decided to take the mask home with her. That night, as the world outside slumbered in peaceful repose, the woman known as Catherine Reed was awoken by a soft, almost imperceptible sound. A whisper of fabric shifting, a breath of movement in the stillness. Her eyes fluttered open to find the mask, once resting on her dresser, now perched upon her nightstand, its unseeing gaze fixed upon her. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, until a neighbor, drawn by a sense of unease, ventured over to Catherine's home. The front door stood ajar, inviting the morning light to spill into the shadows that clung to the corners. What awaited the neighbor within was a scene that would linger in their memory, a mystery that would perplex even the most seasoned investigators. Catherine lay upon her bedroom floor, her once vibrant spirit now stilled in a silent repose. The mask, the catalyst of this strange turn of events, was nowhere to be found, as if it had vanished into the ether, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of dread. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, her presence a calming force amidst the palpable tension. As forensics meticulously documented the room, the shutter of the camera clicking rhythmically in the background, the detective's keen eyes swept over the details that whispered of secrets untold. A single drawer left ajar, a water glass with a faint lipstick stain, the remnants of an ordinary life disrupted by an extraordinary end. The medical examiner, with a solemn expression, noted the absence of apparent wounds or signs of struggle. "Cause of death unclear at first glance," he murmured, his gaze lingering on Catherine's frozen visage etched with terror. Catherine, a woman of precision and passion, had led a quiet existence as an art appraiser with an eye for authenticity that set her apart. Her colleagues spoke of her discerning nature, her ability to spot the smallest discrepancies in a sea of artifice. The investigation took a curious turn when security footage from the costume shop revealed a moment of confusion, a glimpse into a world where reality and the inexplicable intertwined. The cashier's reaction to the mask hinted at a deeper mystery, a truth veiled in shadows. The owner of the shop, haunted by memories of a past he wished to forget, confessed to the detective the origins of the mask. It had appeared during a clearance sale, a relic from a collection shrouded in darkness and whispers of tragedy. Forensics unearthed a clue in the form of microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips, a silent testament to her final moments of struggle. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, spoke of a connection to something ancient and malevolent. As the investigation unfolded, a pattern emerged, linking Catherine's fate to a series of unsolved deaths spanning decades. Each victim had crossed paths with an enigmatic mask, each meeting a fate sealed in terror and mystery. A retired detective, a guardian of forgotten secrets, shed light on a dark truth hidden in the shadows of the past. Ancient symbols inscribed within the masks hinted at a ritual of soul transference, a dance of darkness that transcended time and reason. In a hidden compartment within Catherine's apartment, a journal revealed her descent into a world of paranoia and dread. Her words, penned in frantic haste, spoke of a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, a presence that watched and waited with bated breath. The truth, a chilling revelation, unfolded before the detective's eyes as she pieced together the fragments of a puzzle too macabre to ignore. The mask, a harbinger of doom, sought out those who dared to uncover its dark purpose, claiming their souls in a dance of death and despair. As the investigation delved deeper into the heart of darkness, a chilling realization took hold. Catherine's death, ruled by the medical examiner as a result of extreme fear-induced cardiac arrest, bore the mark of a horror beyond comprehension. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor captured a figure clad in the mask, moving with an eerie familiarity that defied logic. The phantom image, a distorted reflection of Catherine's essence, hinted at a malevolent force seeking its next vessel. The mask, a silent sentinel of dread, slipped through the cracks of time and space, re-emerging in a distant vintage shop, its allure irresistible to those who sought the unknown. As the cycle of terror continued unabated, the detective could only watch in silent vigil, knowing that the mask's hunger for souls remained unquenched. And so the mask, a specter of unspeakable horror, awaited its next unwitting victim, a pawn in a game of shadows that spanned centuries. As night descended and the world slept, it crept closer with each passing moment, its empty eyes fixed upon the living, a hunger that could never be sated. Story 15. The town had a secret, whispered only in hushed tones, a house on the outskirts of the forest, a place forgotten by time and untouched by the living. It stood solitary, a spectral figure against the dense trees, its windows like darkened eyes and its porch bowed under the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to it, no one dared to approach it, for it held a mystery that chilled the very air around it. One fateful day, a group of adventurous hikers strayed too close to the forbidden house. As they drew near, their eyes fell upon a peculiar sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep as if to warn the curious souls who dared to linger. And among those haunting names at the end of the list gleamed a fresh addition, untouched by time, a name unfamiliar to all but one of the hikers. And when that lone voice quivered and whispered, "That's mine," a shiver ran through them all like a ghostly wind. In the dead of night, a call came in to the local dispatch, a routine report of trespassing, or so they thought. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the intrepid leader of the hiking group who had stumbled upon the eerie inscription of his own name upon the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a prank played by reckless youths, but what awaited them defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness cloaked the forest in its shadowy embrace. Her flashlight pierced the black veil, revealing the weathered facade of the enigmatic structure. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the wall like a macabre waterfall. Some names had faded with time, barely visible against the ancient wood, while others remained sharp and distinct as if freshly carved. And there, at the bottom of the ominous list, gleamed the name that had stirred fear in Mason's heart, Mason Wright, its edges still dusted with the remnants of freshly hewn wood. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason declared, his words hanging like frost in the cold night air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be carved here." And so began a chilling investigation that would unravel a web of mystery woven over decades. Background checks on each name etched into the walls sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing in the past 40 years, vanishing without a trace while wandering alone in the woods. Some cases had turned cold, others remained open, but all shared a common, bone-chilling thread: the victims had disappeared into the forest, never to return. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and ages of the inscriptions. The oldest name, that of Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years, a young woman who had ventured into the woods and vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a murmuring stream. Mason's story remained a steadfast beacon of bewilderment. He had no ties to the area beyond that fateful hiking trip with his college friends, chosen at random based on an online recommendation. No link could be found between him and the other names haunting the walls of the mysterious house. The focus of the investigation shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared images captured during their hike. Upon closer inspection, analysts unearthed a disconcerting presence in the background of 3 photos: a blurred figure, tall and slender, always obscured by the looming trees. "We saw no one else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." A search of the derelict house's interior unveiled a harrowing tableau of personal effects of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves in the basement. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets all labeled with names corresponding to those on the outside wall. Blood patterns, long scrubbed but revealed under ultraviolet light, hinted at dark deeds done within the confines of the abandoned house. As the investigation delved deeper, Mason's demeanor grew increasingly agitated. He reported eerie incidents, whispers in the night, unexplained footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures lurking in the periphery of his vision. The authorities assigned him protection, yet his paranoia spiraled out of control. A breakthrough emerged from the depths of county archives, a revelation that the house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors spoke of a gaunt, towering figure who shrouded himself in mystery, vanishing without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a search deeper into the forest, unearthing a network of crude hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. Within one blind lay a journal penned by the elusive Blackwood, detailing his predatory observations on hikers, their vulnerabilities, and his twisted methods of collection. The manhunt for Blackwood spread across jurisdictions, but the hunter remained a ghostly specter, eluding capture. Mason Wright's presence dwindled into a void as he ceased all communication. When officers breached his apartment, they found nothing but emptiness, save for a chilling message freshly carved on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason and the lead forensic technician, who had vanished without a trace, yielded no answers. A sinister workshop hidden behind a false wall in the house's basement unveiled a macabre scene, a freshly carved wooden piece bearing the technician's name, a grim harbinger of impending doom. Surveillance tightened around the abandoned house, waiting for the inevitable reckoning. One fateful night, sensors blared a warning as a spectral figure emerged from the depths of the forest, tall, impossibly thin, moving with an eerie grace. Tactical teams closed in, only to witness the figure dissolve into the darkness, leaving behind a chilling void. To this day, the enigmatic house remains under constant watch, a silent sentinel guarding its dark secrets. Mason Wright and the forensic technician slipped into the shadows, their fate a mystery lost to the whispers of the wind. The investigation persists, fueled by new vanishings reported in distant woodlands. The names on the wall have become a legend, a curse whispered in dread by those who dare to speak of the house at the edge of the woods, a place where the lost are forgotten and the living fear to tread. Story 16. She never fancied ascending to the attic, but when the storm's fury led to a leak in the roof, she found herself with no choice but to confront it. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, cloaked in layers of dust and draped in cobwebs spun by time. In the dimly lit corner rested an ancient dollhouse, its eerie detail captivating, with tiny furniture meticulously arranged within. However, as her gaze delved into its miniature world, a knot of unease twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not lifeless dolls, but intricately hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny figure was positioned precisely where their real-life counterparts sat downstairs, mirroring their every gesture and stance, except for one. The figure intended to represent her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature realm. Rebecca Morgan trailed her finger along the dollhouse's roof, feeling the indented spot where the wooden figure stood frozen in time. A shiver coursed through her, unrelated to the wintry draft whispering through the attic's rafters. The dollhouse had no place in this house. It wasn't her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling the family had recently inhabited. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to urgently contact law enforcement, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a chilling mystery veiled in shadows. Upon arrival, the officers found the Morgan family in turmoil, huddled in the sanctuary of their living room, reluctant to venture back into the upper reaches of their home. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their distress as a possible prank or a byproduct of adjusting to a new environment. However, the intricate craftsmanship of the miniature figurines caught her attention. Each tiny replica captured a nuanced detail of the respective family member: the father's thinning hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the faint birthmark on the mother's hand. The turning point came when forensic experts uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse belonging to none of the family members, and microscopic cameras concealed in the figure's eyes linked to a sophisticated surveillance system hidden beneath the dollhouse. A deeper probe into the Morgan family's activities unveiled a disquieting revelation. The positions of the miniature figures didn't merely mimic their current placements, but mirrored past moments, suggesting a meticulous observer had been studying them, learning their routines and habits. It transcended mere stalking, mused Detective Harmon. The level of fixation displayed by the perpetrator was beyond conventional criminal profiles. The investigation unearthed a concealed entrance to a basement, camouflaged behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift abode indicating someone had dwelled there long before the Morgans moved in. Traces of consumables, water containers, and a sleeping refuge hinted at an intruder cohabiting beneath the family's feet for an extended period. The absence of forced entry perplexed the investigators, as property records disclosed that the house had remained vacant for almost a year before the Morgans' arrival, following the demise of its elderly former occupants. Neighborhood interviews yielded scant insights, save for a lone elderly resident who sporadically glimpsed lights emanating from the vacant house. The common assumption had been that real estate agents were showcasing the property, oblivious to the clandestine lodger residing within unauthorized. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics, tracing the surveillance data to an external server linked to a modest apartment across town. Within its confines, a trove of photographs depicting the Morgan family and prior occupants adorned the walls, accompanied by meticulous journal entries chronicling their daily routines with unsettling precision. The most chilling discovery awaited in a workshop housing numerous incomplete dollhouses, each representing a distinct residential abode in the vicinity. The apartment's inhabitant was identified as Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners, whose financial woes mounted post his parents' passing. Rather than selling the property outright, he had devised an elaborate scheme to retain control, residing covertly while leasing the house to unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse emerged as Wells' command center, symbolizing his dominion over both the property and its inhabitants. The figure of Rebecca positioned by the attic entrance wasn't a menacing gesture, but rather a subtle acknowledgement of her unmasking of his surveillance apparatus. During interrogation, Wells maintained an unsettling composure, attributing his actions to a need to safeguard his childhood home from perceived disrespect. The meticulously placed figures were his way of asserting control, a stark reminder to the occupants that they were under constant scrutiny. Psychological evaluations unveiled a convoluted narrative of possessive fixation, as Wells grappled with the emotional turmoil of losing his familial abode, resorting to an intricate system of control and surveillance. The Morgan family opted never to return to the house, haunted by the realization that their lives had been scrutinized and manipulated like mere playthings. Rebecca, in a poignant statement, expressed the lingering unease of feeling perpetually observed, an unsettling sensation that followed her to their new refuge. Wells faced a litany of charges ranging from stalking to invasion of privacy, a reckoning for the violation he inflicted upon the Morgan family. The case prompted a reevaluation of real estate protocols concerning property disclosures and the obligations of agents to ensure the thorough evacuation of homes before new occupants take residence. The judge, during Wells' sentencing, underscored the profound intrusion the Morgans had endured, emphasizing the breach of their sanctity and privacy. The case posed a harrowing conundrum for criminologists, pondering how long Wells would have remained concealed had Rebecca not stumbled upon the miniature simulacrum. Scrutiny of his journals unveiled a pattern of surreptitious habitation within various homes for nearly 2 years, each transformed into a stage for his voyeuristic pursuits. The Morgan family eventually sought solace in a new environment, yet the specter of surveillance lingered, prompting Rebecca to purge their new dwelling of all miniatures and dollhouses. "There are days when I still sense eyes upon me," she disclosed. "I wonder if, somewhere out there, a tiny version of myself is being manipulated in a dollhouse I have yet to uncover." Wells' unsettling saga underscored the insidious nature of obsession, and the lengths one might go to maintain a facade of control and possession over others. Story 17. Renovations always uncover strange relics from the past. Old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But as the couple pried up the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home, they stumbled upon a folded letter hidden beneath the wood. The paper, fragile and weathered, bore a cryptic warning: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could process the eerie message, 3 sharp knocks pierced the silence of the house, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the charm and history of the estate auction property, never anticipating the unsettling discovery awaiting them beneath the floor. Detective Alina Reed, seasoned in unraveling mysteries, arrived at the scene with her partner. The exposed cavity beneath the floorboards revealed a dark secret, one that beckoned to be unveiled. With gloved hands, Reed delicately retrieved the note, knowing the couple's inadvertent touch had tainted potential evidence. Observing the fear etched on Sarah and Michael's faces as they recounted the haunting knocks, Reed delved into the history of the house and its previous owners. The Hargrove family, who had resided in the house for generations, left a legacy shrouded in mystery. Following the passing of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, the house stood empty for years. Neighbors spoke fondly of the reclusive but amiable widow, with no hint of enmity or foul play surrounding her demise. Yet an unshakable sense of unease lingered in the air. Forensic analysis dated the ominous note back 2 decades, hinting at a time of distress and apprehension. As Reed delved deeper into the Hargroves' past, she uncovered a tale of debts and secrets. Franklin Hargrove, the late husband, a respected teacher turned recluse, harbored a dark shadow in the form of a relentless collector known as Victor Mercer. Through interviews and archival records, Reed pieced together a chilling narrative. Franklin's descent into paranoia, fueled by mounting gambling debts and Mercer's menacing presence, culminated in a tragic confrontation that forever altered the course of the Hargrove family's history. Margaret, caught in the crossfire of fear and loyalty, bore the burden of a dark deed committed in desperation. With the aid of forensic experts, Reed unearthed the truth buried beneath the house, a grim discovery that validated Margaret's cryptic warning. The remains of Victor Mercer, the elusive collector, were finally laid to rest, bringing a semblance of closure to a long-dormant case. Sarah and Michael, unable to reconcile the house's haunting past, chose to part ways with the property, leaving its secrets to the whispers of the night. As the house stood vacant, its halls echoing with the weight of untold stories, local lore whispered of spectral knocks reverberating in the darkness. The note, a chilling artifact of the past, remained a silent witness to the shadows that lurked within the walls. Detective Reed, closing the case with a heavy heart, acknowledged that some enigmas defy resolution, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and restless spirits. In the stillness of the night, amidst the creaking of old timber and the rustle of forgotten whispers, the legacy of the Hargrove house endured a testament to the fragility of trust and the enduring power of secrets that lie hidden, waiting to be uncovered. Story 18. In the quiet suburban neighborhood, a mysterious key arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. It was a single brass key, weathered with time, unfamiliar to the homeowner, Sarah Miller. Yet there was a strange sense of familiarity about it. As Sarah tried the key in every lock she owned, none turned. It didn't belong to her. However, when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime, despite being broken for years. Perplexed by this strange occurrence, Sarah reported it to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would unravel into a disturbing criminal investigation. Initially, the responding officer dismissed Sarah's concerns as a simple mistake. A key in the mail, nothing to worry about, he thought. But Sarah's unease persisted, leading the officer to take the key as evidence, albeit reluctantly. The key found its way to Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for unraveling cases that defied initial appearances. The brass key sat on his desk, unassuming yet unsettling. Background checks on Sarah revealed no criminal history. A retired teacher, a widow with grown children living far away, she seemed like an innocent bystander in a perplexing situation. Forensic analysis found only Sarah's fingerprints on the key. The envelope yielded no clues, just a generic postmark. The key itself, a standard Schlage, well worn and aged. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon discovered a matching key pattern in a cold case file from 7 years ago, an unsolved case involving a storage unit filled with chilling evidence. The original investigation had hit dead ends, but now a connection emerged. The key led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's, whose unsettling past was shrouded in mystery. As the investigation deepened, a horrifying truth began to surface. A hidden room beneath a cabin revealed a trove of keys, each engraved with names and dates, hinting at unspeakable crimes committed by Jenkins. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified, uncovering a trail of terror that spanned nearly a decade. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that sent shivers through the community. In a final showdown, Jenkins met his end in a remote location, leaving behind a journal that revealed the extent of his atrocities, a haunting legacy of lives lost and families shattered. The case closed with 32 victims identified, their stories finally brought to light. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, never returned home, haunted by the darkness that had lurked so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock, once a silent witness to the unfolding horror, was found to have harbored a hidden receiver, a chilling reminder that evil can wear a mask of normalcy. As researchers delve into Jenkins' writings for clues, a collection of brass keys sits in an evidence locker, a somber reminder of the lives cut short by a predator lurking in plain sight. Story 19. The apartment exuded an air of age and history. The heating system emitted a low, rumbling groan, and the pipes rattled like old bones, familiar sounds that blended into the background of everyday life. Or so she believed, until she heard it. A voice, barely audible yet undeniably distinct, drifted through the vents like a ghostly whisper. It wasn't the typical noise of a neighbor chatting on the phone. This was different. This was personal. It was calling her name. Intrigued and unnerved, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening its pace. A chill brushed past her cheek, followed by a soft, almost playful utterance, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood silently in the heart of the empty apartment, her eyes locked on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed from the wall. The forensics team meticulously combed the area, documenting every detail with their flashing cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace for 7 days before the pungent odor caught the attention of the building manager. What they unearthed within the ventilation system defied logic. Reports of voices heard through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. Management dismissed her claims, blaming the quirks of the old heating system. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches circling its edges. No tool could have caused this, she whispered to herself. The marks were jagged, desperate, as if fingernails had clawed frantically at the cover. From the inside. Alina was a beloved figure, a kindergarten teacher with a radiant smile and a thriving collection of houseplants basking in the sunlight of her window. Her absence had sparked concern among her students, who crafted handmade cards in her absence. Her sister, the one who reported her disappearance, revealed during an interview that Alina's behavior had shifted in the weeks leading up to her vanishing act. She was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was just work stress," her sister's voice quivered as she recounted. Shaw surveyed the apartment anew. The neatly made bed, the untouched coffee mug, the chair strategically placed beneath the vent as if awaiting a listener. The forensic report divulged unsettling findings. Fibers trapped in the vent grill matched those from Alina's beloved cardigan. A foreign fingerprint not belonging to Alina was detected on the interior of the vent cover. Yet the most chilling discovery came from the audio recordings extracted from Alina's phone. Shaw sat alone in her car, rain drumming a soft rhythm on the roof, as Alina's timid voice emerged, "If you're real, say something." A pregnant pause hung in the air, only to be broken by a barely audible whisper, "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." Delving into the history of the building shed light on a disconcerting past. 7 previous tenants had abruptly vacated the premises in the last decade, citing strange noises within the walls. One had suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming to hear voices beckoning from the vents. The building's superintendent, Harold Weber, had served for 15 years without incident, yet Shaw couldn't ignore the fact that he held keys to every unit. When questioned, his demeanor shifted imperceptibly upon mentioning the former occupants of apartment 4B, his eyes narrowing, muscles tensing. "I don't keep tabs on everyone who comes and goes," he evaded, fixating on a distant point. The investigation took a macabre turn as a concealed access panel was discovered in Alina's bathroom, camouflaged behind a loose tile. It led to a narrow maintenance passage snaking between the walls, granting entry to the building's ventilation network. Inside this covert passage lay a trove of artifacts, a flashlight, a water bottle, remnants of packaged food. Someone had been living within the walls, observing, listening, whispering. A search of Weber's residence uncovered a pristine, almost sterile environment save for his meticulously catalogued computer files. Within the folder labeled 4B, an archive of audio recordings, photographs, and a digital journal chronicling his twisted relationship with Alina were uncovered. She hears me now, one entry gloated. She waits for me. Soon she will join me within the walls. However, the most damning evidence emerged from a storage unit rented under Weber's name, housing mementos from previous tenants like macabre trophies of his voyeuristic exploits. Weber was apprehended attempting to flee under the cloak of night, his demeanor serene as he surrendered to the binding restraints. "They all hear me eventually," he disclosed to Shaw during interrogation, his smile devoid of warmth. "The building speaks through me." The coroner's examination revealed Aliner had been alive upon entering the ventilation system, lured in through the clandestine passage, likely drugged and disoriented. As she navigated the labyrinthine ducts, her oxygen dwindled, guided by the siren whispers promising sanctuary ahead. Following Weber's arrest, families of prior occupants came forth with tales of missing possessions and loved ones plagued by paranoia, convinced they were under surveillance. A pattern unfurled over the years, a predator concealed within the walls, selecting and tormenting victims until the whispers fused with reality. At trial, Weber maintained an unsettling composure, his defense veering towards claims of insanity, citing a delusional symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with a meticulously calculated narrative of his predatory actions, leading the jury to swiftly render their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was escorted from the courtroom, he cast a haunting smile towards Shaw, his parting words chilling to the bone. "They'll continue to hear me," he taunted. "The building remembers. The whispers never cease." The once-occupied apartment building now stands unoccupied, despite renovations and changing ownership. Tenants report eerie sounds emanating from the vents, whispers within the walls, and chilling drafts carrying spectral voices. The heating system groans in protest, the pipes rattle in discord. It's dismissed as commonplace, a tale told to soothe troubled minds. At least that's what they convince themselves. Story 20, the vacant house held a silent secret, untouched by time. Whispers from the neighbors hinted at a young woman who vanished, leaving behind a locked bedroom frozen in the past. When the new occupants ventured into the room, a heavy stillness greeted them, as if the air itself held memories too heavy to bear. The bed stood neatly made, the mirror gleaming in solitude. A lone candle stood vigil on the desk, its wax a silent witness to the passage of time, frozen in place like tears turned to stone. Amidst the dust and shadows, a notebook beckoned, its pages filled with the elegant script of Elise Winters, a name lost to the winds for 5 long years. Detective Morgan delved into the words as forensic experts combed the room for traces of the past. Elise's meticulous handwriting painted a picture of fear and foreboding, culminating in a chilling entry on the night she vanished. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink whispered, a plea for help etched into the paper. The truth lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. Elise, a paralegal entangled in the web of a prestigious law firm, had stumbled upon secrets that shrouded her in darkness. Colleagues spoke of her dedication, her unraveling in the face of hidden truths that threatened to consume her. The photographs captured a woman on the edge of revelation, her auburn locks a stark contrast to the shadows that now enveloped her existence. In the room frozen in time, the investigators found no outward signs of struggle, only a haunting absence where a vibrant life once thrived. The candle on the desk whispered of forgotten moments, its blackened wax a testament to secrets buried deep within the walls. As the search deepened, hidden truths emerged from the shadows. A key, a flash drive, gateways to a world of deceit and betrayal. Financial transactions danced across the documents, linking Elise to a web of corruption that reached far beyond the confines of the room. The recordings echoed with the voices of guilt, revealing a sinister plot that had claimed lives in its wake. The truth, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of silence, threatened to unravel a web of deceit that spanned years. With each revelation, the shadows lifted, revealing a path to justice paved with darkness. Harriman's facade crumbled, his lies laid bare in the harsh light of truth. The hidden passage whispered of escape, of a man fleeing the consequences of his actions, only to find himself ensnared in the very web he had spun. The room bore witness to a final reckoning, its walls echoing with the voices of the past. Elise's legacy, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies, shone brightly in the darkness. Her room, a sanctuary turned tomb, stood as a testament to the power of one woman's unwavering quest for justice. As the echoes of the trial faded, the house stood silent once more, its secrets laid bare for all to see. The light in the upstairs window flickered, a ghostly reminder of a life lost but not forgotten. Elise's spirit lingered in the shadows, a silent guardian of the truth that had finally found its voice. Story 21. The apartment had sat in silence for months, its rooms cloaked in a heavy stillness. When the new tenants crossed the threshold, they carried with them no expectations, only a readiness to uncover the secrets hidden within its walls, perhaps a layer of dust, a trace of forgotten furniture. But as they explored, one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting their attempts to coax it open. It was a closet, its lock holding tight, as if guarding some unknown truth. Finally, with a forceful push, the landlord broke the barrier, revealing a space that held more than just old coats or discarded items. The walls bore witness to a haunting tale, etched with deep, desperate scratches that spoke of confinement and struggle. And in the shadows of the closet, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen illuminated by a single, unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, with her seasoned eyes and sharp intuition, felt a chill crawl down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams embedded in those scratch marks, an echo of someone's fight for freedom, a battle against unseen forces. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, whose camera clicked in a rhythm of capturing the haunting evidence. "And bring me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous figure with perpetually clammy hands, spoke of the previous tenant, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. "Quiet, kept to herself," he muttered, his gaze skirting away from the closet. "No trouble." Forensics unraveled a web of secrets hidden within the scratches on the walls. Most of the blood samples matched a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a woman of 28 who had disappeared mysteriously. But there were two other DNA profiles discovered, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man who was declared dead 2 years prior. "This doesn't make sense," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man supposedly deceased in a tragic accident years ago, now left his mark in the shadows of Emma's closet. Emma's apartment, frozen in time, revealed fragments of her life suspended in uncertainty. Unanswered mail, a lone coffee mug abandoned in the sink, a neatly made bed. Her phone records hinted at a sudden disappearance, with a string of calls from an unknown number preceding her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just descriptions intense and private. Surveillance footage painted a partial picture. Emma entering her building, followed by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, their features carefully shielded from view. A breakthrough emerged when fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's doorknob from the inside. The pieces of the puzzle began to align a twisted narrative of deception and captivity. He staged his death, Shaw deduced, but why and what ties him to Emma? The unidentified DNA pointed towards another missing person, Lynette Porter, who had vanished years ago. Her trail led to Emma's doorstep, linking their fates in a sinister dance orchestrated by a man consumed by darkness. A journey through traffic cameras and hidden truths unveiled a chilling connection. Derek Mercer's shadow loomed over both Emma and Lynette, weaving a tapestry of fear and control. At a remote property owned by Mercer's family, a grim discovery awaited the living ghost of Lynette Porter, starved and broken, a reflection of the horrors endured by Emma in that wretched closet. "He made me watch," Lynette's voice trembled, recounting her ordeal. "I was his warning, his prisoner of the dark." The evidence spoke volumes. Mercer's journals chronicling his twisted desires, photographs capturing the essence of his obsession, and videos that portrayed the agony he inflicted upon his victims. A manhunt ensued, spanning across borders and jurisdictions, as Mercer eluded capture with a sinister grace, his mind a labyrinth of malevolence. When the final confrontation came at a bus terminal, Mercer stood poised, a specter of evil in human form, carrying with him the tools of his trade, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming knife, and a macabre souvenir of Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer's words dripped with a chilling calmness, a facade of civility masking the abyss of his soul. "She sent that message to herself," he insisted, his eyes devoid of remorse. "She wanted someone to find her, but the truth is she welcomed the end." The trial unraveled the intricate web of deceit Mercer had spun, his elaborate facade exposed to the harsh light of justice. Emma's body was never recovered, lost in the shadows of her final prison, her cries silenced by the unforgiving walls. The jury's verdict rang out a symphony of condemnation that sealed Mercer's fate with a life sentence, a verdict that echoed through the courtroom, a final reckoning for a man devoid of humanity. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter stood tall, her eyes blazing with defiance. "He locked us in darkness, but he can never shackle our spirits. While he withers in his cell, I will dance in the light." The case left a lasting imprint on the department, reshaping protocols for missing persons investigations, a legacy of lessons learned through tragedy and resilience. And in Detective Shaw's office, the door from Emma's apartment stood as a silent sentinel, a reminder of the unseen horrors that lurked behind closed doors, a testament to the strength of those who fought to survive, their voices echoing in the stillness of the night. Story 22. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the early light in a mesmerizing dance. The fisherman's boat drifted along, almost lulled into a trance by the serene scene. But then something caught his eye, a suitcase, bobbing gently near the shore, like a secret waiting to be uncovered. At first he thought it was just some discarded clothes, tossed aside without a care. But as he approached, a foul odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating. The case was bound in chains, its metal edges tinged with the telltale signs of time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities finally pried it open, what they found inside was far from mundane. There, amidst the musty confines of the suitcase, lay strands of hair and fingers frozen in a haunting grasp, and at the very bottom, a chilling note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a handkerchief pressed delicately to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s named Catherine Walsh, lay still and silent, her once vibrant features now dulled by the touch of the river. The medical examiner worked with precision, documenting every detail with a solemn reverence before the body was solemnly removed from its watery grave. But what struck Mercer the most was not the manner of disposal, but the eerie sense of care that had been taken with the victim's appearance, manicured nails, freshly styled hair, and expensive attire adorning her form. She was not simply discarded, Mercer murmured, watching the ripples of the water caress the muddy shore. She was prepared, presented. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in selling high-end properties, lived a life of solitude in an upscale neighborhood, her only companions the pristine walls of her immaculate home. Colleagues spoke of her ambition, her meticulous nature, her guarded privacy. Reported missing by her concerned assistant after failing to show up for a crucial showing with affluent clients, Catherine's absence set off a chain of events that would unravel the dark mystery surrounding her untimely demise. As investigators delved into her meticulously curated world, they found a stark contrast between the flawless facade she presented to the world and the subtle imperfections that hinted at a deeper truth. Her home, a vision of modern elegance, held secrets within its walls, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal that spoke of unseen terrors lurking in the shadows. Digital footprints led to a web of cryptic messages, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each missive sent at the stroke of midnight, a haunting reminder of a presence unseen but deeply felt. Detective Mercer pieced together the fragments of evidence, each clue a thread leading her closer to the heart of darkness that had claimed Catherine Walsh's life. This was not a crime of passion, but of precision, a ritualistic dance orchestrated by a mind steeped in obsession. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, a pawnshop owner recognizing Catherine's missing emerald necklace in the possession of a quiet maintenance worker named Michael Linden. Surveillance footage unveiled a pattern of visits to Catherine's building, a shadowy figure moving through the halls with a purpose known only to him. In Linden's modest abode, a chilling tableau awaited the walls adorned with stolen glimpses of women, their faces frozen in time, their lives unknowingly intertwined with his twisted fantasies. Catherine was but one in a series of victims, each chosen for their perceived flawlessness, each subjected to his deranged sense of correction. In the interrogation room, Linden sat unmoving, his gaze fixed on a point beyond the walls that caged him. When pressed for answers, his voice remained steady, his demeanor chillingly composed. "They were imperfect," he finally intoned, his words hanging heavy in the air. "Their perfection was a lie, a mask that needed to be stripped away." The trial brought closure for the families of the victims, a solemn justice meted out in the shadow of unspeakable horrors. But for Detective Mercer, the case lingered like a haunting melody, its final notes echoing in the corridors of her mind. What drove Michael Linden to commit such heinous acts? What inner demons lurked beneath his placid facade, driving him to seek out perfection in the most perverse of ways? As the river continued its slow meander downstream, carrying with it the weight of untold secrets, Mercer sat in silence at her desk, the chilling notebooks of the victims laid out before her, a reminder that in the stillness of the night, in the quiet corners of our lives, darkness waits patiently, ready to reveal itself in the most unexpected of ways. Story 23. The motel stood there, a relic of the past, a haven for transient souls seeking shelter for a fleeting night. The desk clerk, with a peculiar glance, handed her the key, his voice a whisper in the still air. "Just steer clear of the final door on your left." His words lingered in the space between them. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity, a mystery waiting to unfold. That night, under the soft glow of flickering lights, she found herself standing before the door in question. The brass handle sent a chill through her fingertips, a silent warning. To the naked eye, the door blended seamlessly with its companions, but as she leaned closer, a presence whispered from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, stepping beneath the caution tape marking the threshold of the crime scene. The scent of iron lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the darkness that had unfolded within these walls. Blood had tainted the floor, a stark contrast against the untouched surroundings. A young woman lay lifeless, her form sprawled across the floor, an eerie stillness enveloping her features. Reed knelt beside the victim, a silent observer in the face of tragedy. The forensic technician's voice cut through the silence, detailing the grim familiarity of the scene. Another victim, another echo of a twisted signature. The victim's attire spoke of elegance in a place devoid of such luxury. A handbag, its contents untouched, hinted at a motive beyond mere theft. Reed's mind raced, piecing together fragments of a puzzle shrouded in darkness. Back at the precinct, photos adorned the board, a grim reminder of lives cut short in the shadows of anonymity. 3 women, 3 tragedies, all linked by a thread of malevolence. Autopsy results revealed the methodical nature of the crime, devoid of the usual motives that plagued such cases. This was not a predator seeking prey, but a shadow lurking in the periphery, striking with cold precision. Days turned to nights as the investigation delved deeper, unearthing secrets buried beneath layers of deceit. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, leaving more questions in its wake. A breakthrough emerged in a name, a single letter that held the key to unlocking a sinister truth. C. A mystery shrouded in whispers and shadows. Reed's pursuit led her to the workplace of the victim, where the facade of normalcy crumbled to reveal a darker reality. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and deception, stood at the center of the storm. His composed demeanor belied a darkness festering beneath the surface. Reed's gaze pierced through his facade, unearthing a truth he sought to bury. Forensic evidence painted a damning portrait, linking Emerson to a web of deceit and destruction. His confession, tainted with denial, unraveled the carefully woven tapestry of lies. The trial brought closure, a semblance of justice in a world tainted by shadows. Emerson's stoic facade shattered under the weight of his crimes, revealing a void where empathy should have resided. As the world moved on, Reed lingered in the echoes of the past, haunted by the door on the left and the secrets it held. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, remained locked away, a reminder that some doors should never be opened. Story 24. In the depths of the attic, beneath a worn blanket, they unearthed a forgotten treasure. A porcelain doll, weathered by time, its azure eyes wide and unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple enthralled by the allure of a Victorian house, brushed off the doll's presence as a mere relic of the past. Yet as night descended and they nestled into their bed, a subtle unease crept into the air. The stillness lingered, heavy and pregnant with anticipation. Come morning, the doll had vanished from the attic, now perched ominously at the foot of their bed. Sarah and Michael had been lured by the house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic history, unaware that they would soon be entwined in its dark narrative. Detective Rachel Winters, a keen investigator, was summoned on a crisp autumn morning to a chilling crime scene. In the master bedroom, a woman lay in a contorted pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen in a futile attempt to flee. The scene was pristine, devoid of any signs of struggle or forced entry. "The positioning is deliberate," Detective Winters murmured, her voice a mere whisper amid the eerie silence. The malevolence in the air was palpable, as if a malevolent force lingered within the walls of the house. The investigation unfolded with eerie revelations. Neighbors spoke of shadows flitting behind curtains and ghostly laughter echoing through the night. Forensic analysis uncovered antique fibers, reminiscent of doll clothing, scattered around the victims' bodies and the attic. A haunting pattern emerged from the house's history, a legacy of unsolved deaths shrouded in mystery. Each previous owner had met a tragic end, their lives cut short under inexplicable circumstances. The connection to the doll maker who once resided in the house cast a sinister shadow over the investigation. Photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards unveiled a macabre truth: the doll maker's creations possessed a life of their own. The doll, identical to the one discovered by Sarah and Michael, seemed to shift positions in the images, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. As Detective Winters delved deeper, she encountered whispers of arcane rituals and dark practices that bound spirits to inanimate objects. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as the investigation led to dead ends and unexplainable phenomena. The case took a chilling turn when the doll vanished from police custody, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unspoken fears. Detective Winters, her resolve shaken, retired prematurely, haunted by the specter of the doll maker's legacy. The house changed hands once more, its dark past overshadowing its architectural grandeur. The attic remained a silent witness, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. Yet on moonlit nights, a faint laughter would echo through the stillness, a reminder of the dark enchantment that lingered within those walls. Story 25. Once upon a time, there was a man who frequented a quaint coffee shop, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the aroma of freshly brewed coffee lingered in the air like a comforting embrace. For years, he followed the same ritual, occupying the same table in the corner, ordering his black coffee without sugar, and immersing himself in a world of quiet contemplation. The barista recognized his face, a familiar presence in the bustling cafe, but his true identity remained a mystery to all. No one knew his name, for he kept his secrets close, hidden behind a veil of anonymity. Then one fateful day, he failed to make his usual appearance. Concerned by his absence, the authorities were called to investigate. What they discovered sent shivers down their spines: a wallet abandoned on the table where he always sat, a silent witness to his sudden disappearance. Within the wallet lay a driver's license bearing a photo of the enigmatic man, yet where his name and address should have been, there existed only empty spaces, as if his very existence had been erased from the world. As Detective Sarah Mercer delved deeper into the case, she uncovered a chilling revelation from the security footage. The man, now known as John Doe in the official records, had entered the coffee shop, taken his seat, and then inexplicably vanished into thin air without a trace. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Mercer scrutinized every frame of the footage, searching for clues that might unravel the mystery. The man appeared ordinary, blending into the background with his unassuming appearance average in stature, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather bag. But his disappearance defied logic, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that haunted Mercer's every thought. She replayed the footage relentlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of the truth hidden within the shadows. The tech specialist tasked with analyzing the footage confirmed the baffling reality. There was no evidence of the man ever leaving the coffee shop. No indication of his whereabouts after he vanished into the oblivion of the restroom hallway. Back at the station, Mercer sifted through the contents of the abandoned wallet, each item adding another layer of intrigue to the enigma. Blank spaces on the driver's license, credit cards linked to non-existent accounts, and a solitary business card bearing only a cryptic phone number all pieces of a puzzle with no clear solution in sight. When Mercer attempted to contact the number on the card, she was met with silence on the other end, punctuated only by the faint rustling of paper, a disconcerting echo of a presence that lingered just beyond reach. The barista, a witness to the man's silent presence over the years, offered scant details about his elusive customer. Always solitary, always engrossed in his writing, the man had left no trail of connections or conversations to follow. As Mercer delved into the notebook left behind by the mysterious man, she encountered pages filled with intricate codes and cryptic symbols, a language of secrets that defied easy interpretation. Cryptographers puzzled over the meaning of the writings, while sketches of unfamiliar buildings hinted at a world beyond the tangible reality they knew. Venturing into the neighborhood to seek clues, Mercer encountered only dead ends and blank stares. No one recognized John Doe, no missing persons matched his description, and his fingerprints yielded no matches in the databases. But it was the anomaly in the security footage that caught Mercer's keen eye, a flicker in the time stamp each morning as the man entered the shop, a subtle distortion in the fabric of reality that hinted at a truth waiting to be unveiled. Returning to the coffee shop, Mercer found herself drawn to the antique mirror that hung between the entrance and the restroom hallway, a mirror adorned with symbols reminiscent of those found in the man's notebook, a mirror that seemed to hold the key to a world beyond comprehension. As she questioned the shop owner about the mirror's origins, Mercer sensed a connection between the mirror and the man's inexplicable disappearance. Could this mirror be more than just a reflective surface, but a portal to realms unseen? When the forensics team uncovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror, revealing a cache of identical wallets and a journal penned in the same handwriting as the notebook, Mercer's suspicions deepened. The wallets, the journal entries, the fingerprints all pointed to a singular truth that defied the boundaries of time and space. In the journal, Mercer discovered references to experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference concepts that blurred the line between reality and imagination, between what was known and what lay beyond the veil of understanding. The pages spoke of window points and crossings back, of a coffee shop that served as an anchor between worlds, of a mirror that acted as a gateway to the unknown. The man, known as Daniel Weston, had delved into realms where mere mortals feared to tread, seeking answers to questions that eluded even the most brilliant minds. As the investigation unfolded, strange occurrences besieged the coffee shop, with witnesses reporting eerie reflections and ghostly apparitions that defied explanation. The boundaries between worlds blurred, and the fabric of reality seemed to fray at the edges, revealing glimpses of a truth too profound to comprehend. A chance encounter with an elderly physicist, Margaret Keller, shed light on Weston's past, a brilliant mind lost to the mysteries of quantum mirrors and parallel realities. A man who had dared to breach the barriers of existence in pursuit of knowledge beyond measure. With Keller's revelations, Mercer pieced together the fragments of a puzzle that spanned decades, linking Weston's experiments to the very foundations of the coffee shop where his journey began and ended. In a moment of revelation, Mercer witnessed a chilling sight in the shattered remnants of the mirror, a reflection of Weston watching himself, two versions of the same man existing in a delicate balance between worlds. And with a final message left behind by Weston, a warning etched in the fading light of a dying reality, the case of the man who didn't exist came to a close, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and a whisper of mysteries that lingered in the shadows. The coffee shop, a sanctuary of secrets and revelations, closed its doors, its walls holding the echoes of a world beyond reckoning. Daniel Weston's fate remained a haunting enigma. His notebooks vanished into the void of uncertainty, and Mercer, forever changed by the encounter with the unknown, found solace in the words that flowed from her pen, mirroring a truth she could never fully grasp. And so, the tale of the man who slipped through the cracks of reality faded into obscurity, leaving behind only a fragment of a mirror, its surface rippling with the echoes of a journey that transcended time and space, a journey that dared to breach the boundaries of what it meant to exist in a world filled with mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Story 26, The Mystery of the Whispering House. She had a desire to refresh the nursery before the baby's arrival. The walls donned a faded blue hue, holding silent tales buried within their layers. As she carefully applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden secret emerged from beneath the faint outline of letters, gradually becoming sharper and more defined. A message penned beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you. Her breath hitched in her throat. Stepping back, her eyes widened as she noticed them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for any child's reach. The revelation in the nursery of the Morgan home marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style residence just months ago at an unbelievably low price. The real estate agent had only mentioned minor cosmetic issues, conveniently omitting the property's grim past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, notebook clutched in hand. A woman, her pregnant belly prominent beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered the door. Dark circles framed her eyes, a testament to sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the discovery of the message and handprints. The previous owners left abruptly, the woman explained. Neighbors claimed they vanished in the dead of night, packing only essentials into their car, no moving truck in sight. Walking through the historic abode, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on the aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall. The message lingered, a stark reminder of the eerie find. Next to it, 5 small handprints adorned the wet paint, positioned at a height unreachable by a child. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records regarding the property. The house had changed owners 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had stayed for less than 2 years. More alarming were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling like someone was watching them sleep. Digging deeper, the detective unearthed construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced the disappearance of 5 children under her care. Authorities then assumed they had run away, a common occurrence for orphans at the time. When Eleanor passed, workers renovating the house stumbled upon a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside, they discovered children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and clothes, but no remains. The case went cold, consigned to dusty archives. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling pattern. Each family with children reported strange incidents, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter echoing through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the writing surfaced. The message varied slightly in each account. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always unveiled during nursery repaintings. A forensic linguist examined photographs of the writing and confirmed its match to samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. Even more unsettling were the handprints, uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a macabre turn when the detective convinced the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the concrete, they uncovered a grim truth: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children perished during Eleanor's tenure at the house. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had allegedly run away. Spraying luminol throughout the nursery, the detective revealed glowing handprints on every wall, hidden beneath layers of paint, unseen by the naked eye. Countless handprints at various heights, as if the children had tried to escape. Eleanor's journals, recovered from county archives, unveiled her twisted beliefs. She thought orphaned children possessed unique spiritual energy. By confining them in the concealed room, she believed she could extend her own life using their life force. The children had etched their warnings on the wall, hoping future occupants would uncover their tragic end. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recognized not as runaways but as victims of murder. The house remained deserted, the pregnant couple refusing to return even for their possessions. Detective Klein submitted her final report, including photos of the luminol-illuminated handprints and the concealed message. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, an unexplainable presence lingered in that house, reaching out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during renovation, but workers claimed to hear children's whispers amidst the debris. None dared to return after their shifts. The house was eventually condemned, another unsolved case relegated to a dusty cabinet, a tangible closure, yet lingering spiritual questions unanswered. The detective kept one photo from the case, a haunting image of 5 glowing handprints in the darkness, a chilling reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks that no fresh paint can erase. Story 27. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten relic left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Within its depths were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, harmless snapshots of birthdays and family gatherings. All seemed ordinary until she reached the final photograph. In that last image, taken in her very own living room, everything appeared familiar: the couch, the curtains. But the family captured in the picture was not hers. And there, lurking in the shadows of the hallway, a figure stood, barely visible in the dim light, watching. Rebecca felt a shiver crawl up her spine as she scrutinized the photo. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture: a woman with golden locks, a man with thick-rimmed glasses, and two children beamed at the camera, unaware of the ominous presence lurking behind them. Their smiles frozen in time, blissful ignorance juxtaposed with looming danger. Silently she descended the creaking wooden stairs, each step echoing in the oppressive silence of the house. Since moving in 4 months ago, the vast emptiness had always haunted her, but now it felt suffocating. Placing the photograph on the cold kitchen counter, she gazed at it under the harsh glare of the fluorescent light. The resemblance was uncanny: the archway leading to the hallway, the ornate crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning sun. This was undeniably her home, yet these faces remained strangers. The detective arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket, his gaze piercing and observant. Detective Morgan, a man whose eyes held untold stories, examined the photo with meticulous scrutiny. Tracing a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, he flipped it over, revealing a blank back. "What do you know about the Nelsons, the family who sold you this house?" His voice rumbled with quiet intensity. Rebecca confessed almost nothing. They had already moved away when I bought the house. Nodding thoughtfully, Morgan requested, "May I borrow this photo? Our team might be able to identify the family depicted." The inquiry commenced discreetly. Rebecca delved into the history of the house's previous occupants. The Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who had resided there for 7 years before vanishing abruptly. Prior to them, the Mornos had called it home for nearly a decade. Unexpectedly, a breakthrough emerged. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. They disappeared without a trace, he affirmed, vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Forensic analysis dated the photograph to 15 years prior, revealing peculiar details that hinted at a staged composition. Each family that had lived in the house before Rebecca had mysteriously disappeared after precisely 1 year of residency. Delving into historical records, the investigation unveiled a dark past. The house's architect vanished mysteriously during construction, succeeded by Samuel Whitfield, who completed the project. Despite reports of Whitfield's demise in a construction accident, eerie connections linked him to the shadowy figure in the photograph. Beneath the concrete floor of the basement, anomalies hinted at hidden truths. Breaking through the surface, a chilling discovery awaited them. The missing families, including the Sutherlands, were unearthed, perfectly preserved in the cool earth. Among their belongings was a camera, identical to the one used to capture the haunting images found in the attic. As the authorities meticulously combed through the evidence, they uncovered a secret crawlspace concealed behind a false wall in the attic. Inside lay a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal documenting the families with meticulous detail. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at ominous intentions. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, haunted by restless nights. A mysterious call in the dead of night, the eerie sound of breathing followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera, echoed through the darkness. The investigation lingered, the house standing abandoned, its shadows concealing unsolved mysteries. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield persisted, his true fate shrouded in uncertainty. Some believe he perished long ago, while others speculate he continues his elusive existence in a new guise, in a new dwelling. And somewhere in the obscurity of a dim room, new photographs developed, capturing fresh families, new abodes, and unseen watchers in the shadows. As those who seek the truth remain under vigilant watch, the only certainty is that the past refuses to be forgotten, its secrets veiled in darkness, waiting to be unveiled.